10, розумію.
Так,
Окей.
і ти виходиш чи як ти?
Ну, я вийду сяду.
Просто це і будеш включати.
Так, і зроблю вступ, представлю першу
Це
ступу.
техніки питають, коли стрім включати. Ти сидиш на сцені і вони тобі включають.
Як скажете.
Так?
Ви мені дасте знак, я зразу піду.
Ні, я кажу, так як ми домовилися 16:10.
Окей. Добре. До свидання. Ні, за 4 минути. Good evening, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear guests. I'm really happy to welcome you tonight at the public discussion program that we titled Transcribing Violence, Art, Nature, Politics. My name is Vasil Cherepanin. I represent the Visual Culture Research Center, an independent institution from Kyiv, which is the organizing institution of the Kyiv Biennale. happening now in Ukraine, but also across different EU countries. And it's really my honor to be a co-organizer of tonight's event. And for that, I would also like to express my gratitude to our partners and colleagues, in particular to the Cluster of Excellence 2020 Temporal Communities doing literature in a global perspective at Freie Universität Berlin, and personally to Susanna Strätling, as well as to the project group for Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe at the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, and personally to Katerina Mischenko. And also thanks so much to this location, Taz-Kantine, for kindly hosting us today. And of course, my big thanks goes to all the speakers and participants who kindly accepted our invitation and came today here. So our event will be structured in 3 parts. The other 2 will be more like a discussion panels, and there will be breaks, of course, in between. But before I introduce our keynote speaker, which will be our first part of the event, let me just make a few methodological and, for that matter, political remarks to set the prerequisites that we were based on while preparing this event. Because first of all, with this kind of setting that we conceived, we kind of tried to tackle the phenomenon of violence, trying to understand it beyond theoretization, beyond literally at this as something unthinkable. There are, of course, many theories and histories of violence, many of which derive from the experiences of the 20th century and are applied, of course, to the present moment. But we tried to go really beyond the limits of theoretization, because we didn't try to create a kind of a systematic overview of different types of violence or any kind of a typology. But we tried to tackle the matter of violence exactly at this moment where direct violence takes place. So in this sense, violence is much harder to analyze than, for instance, power, a notion very much related and closely related to it, because I would put it this way, that in order to analyze power, one has to count to 3. And in order to understand violence, it's enough to count to 2. Because power is always intermediate. It presumes some mediator to influence the other one. And when it comes to violence, it's always direct, always directly linked to the existence of the collective or individual body. So this corporeal dimension was really crucial for us, because we always have to keep in mind that the nature of violence is manifested in the direct impact on the body, in the area of tactility. So speaking of this dimension publicly and also thinking of this requires a real courage, and I would like to thank our respective speakers actually for that. Secondly, our overarching horizon and defining context is, of course, this unbearably brutal Russian colonial war against Ukraine. And of course, as well as other warfares, especially in the Middle East, that followed afterwards. But that was a question for us, how to think this extreme form of violence being inside of it. When you are in pain, bleeding and dying. Because whoever it touches, violence always starts as a virus, continues as a cancer, and ends up as a desert. And now in its new, renewed, savage form, we observe and live through. War violence penetrates actually every life. How we observe and go through how it destroys societies, political democratic procedures, how it corrodes all spheres without any end in sight. And last but not least, when we indicated in our announcement that an artificial zone of reflexive disability or analytical silence has been created around the phenomenon of violence, we meant it literally, because that blind spot exactly contributed to the tremendously reactionary sequence of events that made possible and led to a current condition which we might call a global, really global counter-revolution. And especially it's fruitful if we compare this condition to what we had on a universal scale some 10-15 years ago, particularly those emancipative square occupation movements, from Ukrainian Maidan to Arab Spring to Indignados to Occupy Wall Street. And now we are actually in a moment, or rather in a moment that resulted from this drastic turn, in which Maidan has been repressed by the Russian colonial war. The Arab Spring turned into many countries in the Middle East in the bloodshed. In Europe, we've seen the fragmentation and diminishing, particularly due to Brexit. And in this country, the Schaffen das principle has been turned into a very small acronym, which consists only of 3 letters, the first of which is also the first letter of the alphabet. So in a way, paradoxically, we can somehow only judge in retrospect of the potential emancipative movements that were back then, judging on the harshness of the current reactionary right-wing global turn. And I think it's really a kind of a sign of our times that when back then Occupy was rather intended to be reclaiming agora for citizens, and today is of course totally associated with the invasion, with military occupation and mass killing. So isn't it a kind of a genuine diagnosis of the current political predicament that we are in, that those mostly in the political center, but also in the left as well as in the right part of the political spectrum, who have been throughout the last years so much scared to even pronounce regime change applied to different autocrats, to authoritarian or outright totalitarian states, are undergoing a drastic regime change themselves in their home countries. So that being said, and without further ado, I'm really happy to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor and philosopher Michał Herer from Warsaw, who is associate professor at the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Warsaw. He published books and wrote extensively on contemporary politics and culture. In particular, his books include In Praise of Friendship, as of 2021, Where Does Fascism Come From, 2024, and High Modernity, Capitalism, Bourgeois Ethos, and the Use of Drugs, which appeared this year. He also translated Gilles Deleuze, Michel Foucault, Louis Althusser, and Klaus Teweleit. So, Michał Herer, Bloody Mess and Bureaucracy, the 2 faces of the fascist violence. Thank you so much again. Please give our speaker a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much for a kind invitation and presentation. I'm very happy to be here. I haven't been to Berlin for a long time, so I'm even more happy to visit it again and have this possibility to speak to you on the subject, which is particularly important and urgent, as we have heard from Vasil's introduction. In fact, as a philosopher, I will theorize a little bit, if you allow me. um, as a philosopher, I'm also I'm trying to be sensitive to the complexity and inner complexity of the concepts, of the terms, and also of possible meanings or significations of the words. So I thought I might start this or begin this talk with brief recognition of the complexity of these very words, violence on the one hand, or terms violence and fascism, since I'm supposed to talk about the two faces of fascist violence. So, of course, there are many different types of violence and many different ways of understanding violence. There is, of course, there's psychological violence, symbolic violence, direct physical violence, individual violence, collective violence, violence that consists in an application of physical force on the one hand, and on the other hand, other forms of violence that are rather connected to the use of power, let's say. When it comes to fascism, it's of course even more complex and multi-dimensional. As you all know, the very word fascism refers to the word in Latin to bundle, right? And in fact, fascism can itself be understood as a bundle of heterogeneous different elements or tendencies, which are very hard, if not impossible, to grasp in a clear-cut definition. So, given this multiplicity of meanings and of dimensions of both violence and fascism, I decided to isolate and to distinguish two aspects or two dimensions of both violence and fascism, and then present the two faces of in doing so, to present the two faces of fascist violence. It doesn't mean that they are the only faces, these two that I will be talking about, but I think that I hope I'll be able to say something pertinent about this phenomenon. So. First aspect or dimension and the first phase of fascism, I would refer to the direct physical force, and in doing so, I would refer to Klaus Teweleit's analysis of fascism and the particular figure of a fascist, right, which is a stormtrooper or a Freikorpser, right? A male or man soldier, soldatischer Mann, as Klaus Teweleit calls him in his famous study on fascism, male fantasies, right? It is a figure that whose aim and whose modus operandi is to turn a living being that he's confronted with into a bloody mass. This is a quote actually from Klaus Teweleit. So I quote now a fragment from Klaus Teweleit, Male Fantasies, where he analyzes the the way the fascist stormtrooper or Freikorps fights the swarming crowd of, in fact, of women protesting against the new fascist rulers. And he speaks of two tendencies. One tendency is trying to push them away, to keep them at arm's length defense. The other wants to penetrate them, to have them very near. Both compulsions seem to find satisfaction in an act of killing, where the man pushes the woman far away, takes her life, and gets very close to her, penetrates her with a bullet, stab wound, club, etc. The closeness is made possible by robbing the woman of her identity as an object with concrete dimensions and a unique name. Once she has lost all that and is reduced to a pulp, a shapeless bloody mass, the man can breathe a sigh of relief. And he continues, as a bloody mass, the victim loses her outlines and her character as an object. The same thing happens to the perceiving subject. He too finds himself in a state of dissolution. This process, in which both the killer and the victim lose their boundaries and enter a union, and in which the predominance of hallucinatory perception puts the man into a trance-like state, seems to be the ultimate aim of the attacks. So, end of quote. So, out of these two tendencies, distance and penetration, right? It is the second aspect that is stressed by Teveleit. In his recount on fascism, the fascism presents itself as an eruption of, in fact, regressive, archaic forces. It may also be linked to or associated with what some researchers call an anti-bourgeois sentiment, which may at first glance seem a little bit problematic. Well, in general, the relation between fascism and bourgeois culture or bourgeois ethos is again complex and far from clear. On the one hand, as philosophers like Adorno or Bauman would argue, fascism may be seen as an incarnation, as an extreme incarnation of certain traits or certain elements of bourgeois culture or bourgeois ethos. On the other hand, and I will come back to this motive. On the other hand, there was in fascism an anti-bourgeois tendency represented, for instance, by such authors as Ernst Jünger. It was Jünger who actually thought about the end of bourgeois era or bourgeois world with the end of the First World War, and promoted a sort of new culture and new ethos where the direct use of violence, which was taboo in bourgeois culture, was supposed to triumphantly come back, so to speak. the return of violence, both in the sense of inflicting violence and of the subject's readiness to suffer from it. So the first aspect, right? A direct action resulting in turning a living body into a bloody mess. An extreme form of physical violence and a certain psychic mechanism behind it. The second form is, of course, the opposite of that, and corresponds to a different type of fascist subject, right? If for Tevelite the ultimate incarnation of the fascist or fascistic type was the stormtrooper, the Freikorpser, on this other side of the spectrum we have a fascist bureaucrat, right? A sort of clerk. We have, to put it simply, an Eichmann, right? I quote Hannah Arendt from her famous study on Adolf Eichmann, Eichmann in Jerusalem. The trouble with Eichmann was precisely that so many were like him, and that the many were neither pervert nor sadistic, that they were and still are terribly and terrifyingly normal. From the viewpoint of our legal institutions and of our moral standards of judgment, this normality was more terrifying than all the atrocities put together, for it implied, as had been said at Nuremberg over and over again by the defendants and their counsels, that this new type of criminal who is in actual act hostis generis humani commits his crime under the circumstances that make it right impossible for him to know or to feel that he is doing wrong. So, famously, for Hannah Arendt, someone like Adolf Eichmann is not a sadist, is not a monster, right? In the traditional sense of the term. It is precisely his normalness, so to speak, that makes him still monstrous in a different sense, terrifying, says Hannah Arendt. So, if in Tevelite's account, fascism would appear rather as an eruption, right, of irrational, regressive forces, here we have fascism as an excess, rather, of a certain form of rationality, right? Namely, modern bureaucratic rationality. A form of rationality explored or investigated by Hannah Arendt, of course, but also by other authors, including Polish sociologist and philosopher Zygmunt Bauman, in his book Modernity and the Holocaust, from which I will quote now. According to Bauman, it is precisely this modern bureaucratic logic or form of organization that was directly, in a sense, that made the Holocaust possible. Okay, I quote from Bauman: "The increase in the physical and psychic distance between the act and its consequences achieves more than the suspension of moral inhibitions. It quashes the moral significance of the act and thereby preempts all conflict between personal standard of moral decency and immorality of the social consequences of the act. With most of the social significant actions mediated by a long chain of complex causal and functional dependencies, moral dilemmas recede from the sight, while the occasions for more scrutiny and conscious moral choice become increasingly rare. So it is the distance, right? The distance from the victim, right? And moral and psychological detachment, so to speak, of the bureaucratic subject, right? That makes the in fact violent act even more efficient. But it is a different kind of violence. It's not a direct application of physical brutal force, right? But, well, it may, in fact, it can hardly be called an action, right? A man sits behind his desks and signs papers, basically. Again, a quote from Zygmunt Bauman. One of the most remarkable features of the bureaucratic system of authority is, however, the shrinking probability of that the moral oddity of one's own action will ever be discovered, and once discovered, made into a painful moral dilemma. In a bureaucracy, moral concerns of the functionary are drawn back from focusing on the plight of the objects of action. They are forcefully shifted in another direction. The job to be done and the excellence with which it is performed. It does not matter that much how the targets of action fare and feel. It does not matter, however, how smartly and effectively, it does matter, however, how smartly and efficiently the actors fulfills whatever he has been told to fulfill by his superiors. So what matters in this model, right, is that the job has to be done. The principle of efficiency as the highest or even the only principle, right? Now, given these two forms of violence and the two aspects or dimensions of fascism, and also the two different types of the fascist subject, my problem is what is the relation between them, right? Can one actually reduce the one type to the other, or prove that they both stem from one sort of source? Okay, I remember once having a little discussion with Klaus Develeit about that when he was visiting Warsaw 10 years ago on the occasion of the publication of his of the male fantasies in Polish, and I asked him. My question was simple: was something about what about Eichmann, right? Does it add anything to the picture? And he told me that in his opinion, Eichmann was in fact, in a way, a Freikorpser in disguise, so to speak. That his opinion was that it was the same psychological or unconscious mechanism that was supposed to generate these two apparently very different or even opposed forms. And even though I find Klaus Teweleit's book and work in general very, very inspiring, I cannot actually agree with him in this at this point. I mean, the two moments or the two aspects, I think they are entangled. They are sometimes even inseparable. They may even become indiscernible sometimes, but they are still and nevertheless distinct. So now a few words about this entanglement, right? How these two aspects or these two types or these two faces of fascist violence converge or coincide. I'm afraid I'm going to quote a certain Heinrich Himmler, okay? I will quote it in German because I haven't found the English translation of his speeches. This will be a fragment from the famous Himmler's Posen speech. These were the speeches given by Himmler in 1933 in Poznan, in the occupied Poland, before the high-rank Nazi officials, Gauleiters, and the like, where Himmler, well, he basically was given an account of the situation in the Eastern Front and the military or strategic details, but he also developed on the kind of moral posture of the SS man, right? How he imagined the ethos of the soldiers, of the stormtroopers. And he said something like that, speaking about, in fact, extermination of the Jewish people in the Eastern Europe. Well, the very word extermination hasn't been used. He was talking about Evakuierung, okay? And he said something like that. I quote: Von euch werden die meisten wissen, was es heißt, wenn 100 Leichen beisammen liegen, wenn 500 da liegen oder wenn 1000 da liegen. Dies durchgehalten zu haben und dabei, abgesehen von Ausnahmen menschlicher Schwächen, anständig geblieben zu sein, das hat uns hart gemacht. Wir hatten das moralische Recht, wir hatten die Pflicht gegenüber unserem Volk, dieses Volk, das uns umbringen wollte, umzubringen. Wir haben aber nicht das Recht, uns auch nur mit einem Pelz, mit einer Uhr, mit einer Mark oder mit einer Zigarette oder mit sonst etwas zu bereichern, says Himmler. And I wanted to put emphasis on this little word here, anständig, okay, which means something like decent. Dies durchgehalten zu haben und dabei anständig bleiben zu sein, says Himmler. What is this decency, right, that he's speaking about here? I think my intuition is that anständig, decent, means here, in fact, a lot more than just restrain from stealing, as in the phrase that comes next. It means also restraining from, I'd say, a surplus enjoyment, right? We are, so in fact what he's saying here is that we are going to kill thousands of people, some of us with our own hands, but what we have to be aware of is that if we want to remain decent, he says, we cannot enjoy it, okay? We cannot have this surplus enjoyment from, to use Tevelite's words, from turning these living beings into a bloody mass, right? And nevertheless, of course, and yet, the enjoyment is there, right? I quote again from, and for the last time, from Himmler. Wir haben immer wieder ausgesucht und abgestoßen, was uns nicht taugte, was nicht zu uns passte. Solange wir dazu die Kraft haben, solange wird dieser Orden gesund sein. In diesem Augenblick, in dem wir das Gesetz unserer Volksgrundlage und das Gesetz der Auslese und der Härte gegen uns selbst vergessen würden, in dem Augenblick würden wir den Keim des Todes in uns haben. In dem Augenblick würden wir zugrunde gehen, says Himmler. So, in the moment we start to, in my interpretation, in the moment we start to enjoy killing, says Himmler, we'll have in us, we'll discover in us den Keim des Todes, right? And that will destroy us. That we have to be aware of. And yet, as I said, the enjoyment is there. The enjoyment and the horror probably as well of killing. The enjoyment of killing in Tevelite's sense that I referred to in the beginning, but also probably a different kind of enjoyment, and this is precisely the moment when the two aspects meet or converge. An enjoyment that was probably also the Eichmann's enjoyment, and a kind of enjoyment that stems from the very fact, or from an act of obedience to the order or to the law, right? I won't develop this point because it would take us too far. But from a psychological or psychoanalytical point of view, it is quite possible to enjoy the or to enjoy the obedience to the law as such, right? So these two kinds of enjoyment: the enjoyment of killing or transgressing the law, right, breaking the law, and the enjoyment of pure obedience, of this strange kind of decency, Anständigkeit, may not be identical. However, they can coincide or converge or coexist in particular contexts. It is precisely in the context of fascism, I would say, that they converge and even become indiscernible, precisely at the moment when the extreme transgression of the law, killing, becomes the very content of the law, the Himmler's order. So that would be from a, let's say, psychological or psychoanalytical perspective. Now, sociologically or politically speaking, one would be tempted to distinguish an individual or group or collective spontaneity on the one hand, and the state organization, right? And the two forms of violence. One form of violence being or resulting from this spontaneous group dynamic, right? These would be, as we sometimes say, spontaneous or popular outbursts of rage or violence, right? On the one hand, on the other hand, state-driven, right, process and violence inflicted by the functionaries of the state. It would be a difference, coming back to Bauman and his analysis of the Holocaust. It would be a difference between pogrom and Holocaust, right? Holocaust is not a pogrom on a large scale pogrom. It's something else, right? Bauman acknowledges, and I quote once again from his book on the Holocaust, the technical superiority of a purposefully designed, rationally organized mass murder over riotous outbursts of orgy killing. Right? So on the one hand, we would have this popular, riotous, spontaneous outbursts of killing. Right? On the other hand, designed, rationally organized, state-driven mass murder, Holocaust. And yet, on the one hand, it seems that the so-called or alleged spontaneous outbreaks of violence are quite often also, if not state-driven, then at least provoked, incited, or at least made possible by state politics and state institutions, right? Police, army. On the other hand, in the acts of violence administered by states, police, armies, etc., there is always there's always a room, I'd say, for at least for a spontaneous invention, right, or a surplus violence. Referring to the current situation on the Polish-Belarusian border, right? We had this, as they were calling it, incidents, right, of the border guard functionaries mistreating the refugees, the migrants, right, under the former quasi-authoritarian Polish regime, right? And then came the new government and declared that this will stop, right? That we are not stopping the pushbacks, they said, but there will be a huge difference because we are going to stop the excessive violence. So in effect, what they said was, we will continue the pushbacks, but these will be sort of elegant pushbacks, civilized pushbacks, pushbacks without the surplus extra spontaneous, let's say, violence. And what? It didn't work, of course. It didn't work because there may be no elegant pushbacks, right? The other aspect, the surplus value and the sort of enjoyment in inflicting violence and pain on other bodies, it is a recurrent thing. It turns back or comes back every time. So, okay, to sum up what I've said, I would say that a critical analysis of both violence and fascism, or the new forms of fascist violence, if you like, has to be sensitive exactly to these moments when these two forms of violence converge. The state bureaucratic logic and on the one hand, and the apparently chaotic manifestations of spontaneous or wild violence. The moment of, and it is very much possible that it is precisely the moment of this convergence that is in fact the fascist moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michał. Yeah, we will be, of course, very happy to get in exchange with you. So, yeah, please prepare your questions, and then you can just raise your hands, and my colleague will be assisting you with the microphone. But just using this opportunity of having you as a real specialist here, by the way, I also, yeah, would like to draw your attention, especially those from the publishing realm, to this book, Where Does This Fascism Come From?, which was published in Polish by Krytyka Polityczna, but it's really, I mean, one of the perhaps best books on fascism of the recent years that I encountered. But I'm just, yeah, so it's a kind of, I would refer to enjoyment, first of all, perhaps in my first question. As we discussed a bit before your talk, I think maybe it's so obvious that it's a kind of a simplicissimus question, so to say. But I think this obviosity is really so much symptomatic, because I have a constant feeling that, as if, to paraphrase the classics, that we live now in the situation first as farce, then as tragedy. I mean, of course, the Trumpian case. And again, it's super obvious, but I think the most important, and this I think very much refers to what you call this surplus enjoyment, is that it happened twice, right? So it's not by chance, it was a deliberate decision. So there was a social request, an intention to have it again. They want it, right? So, and I'm curious here, so, and for that matter, I think that perhaps politically speaking, one of the biggest mistakes for that matter, of the Democratic Party in the US, but also of other centrists and liberals throughout the West, that they were thinking that what they were going to deal with was another party. But it was not already a party back already then. It became a movement, die Bewegung, right? So, and this is a fascist, profound or fascistoid, or rather fascist, anti-systemic, dry up a swamp, right, characteristics. So I'm wondering here, where does this social request come from? Why do people want that? So what is the enjoyment there? Do they enjoy this type of a show, how to inflict pain on others, and so that we are not touched, right? But as we say, like with the Harvard case and others, so it's just spiraling up and up. So is it a proper term to be applied into that case? What's your take on that?
It is probably a question just as old as fascism itself, right? Because already when the fascists were taking over in Germany, many philosophers, psychologists, psychoanalysts were asking precisely this question: what is that that made people support fascism, given the fact that objectively, or taking it into account an objective, basically economic interests of these people, they should have done the opposite, right? Or suppose the revolution, to put it simply, right? So it was from the very beginning the question, right? Why not make revolution? Why support fascism, which was directly counter to what people actually needed, objectively, economically, etc., etc. And I'm not really sure if 100 years after the first time that question was asked, we really do know the answer, or the final answer to this question. I think that the enjoyment, the element of enjoyment, has really to be taken into account, and we really have to think about fascism not only or predominantly in terms of an ideology, or even an attitude which is basically about renouncement, refusal, etc., negation, right? It also has this very strong component of pervert sadistic enjoyment, right? And you mentioned Trump, right? So we may ask ourselves over and over the question, don't they see, right, that he is in fact, all that he is, right? Yes, they see. And it is precisely, that's more or less Slavoj Žižek's argument, right? Yes, they do see, and it is precisely this sort of perverse enjoyment, right, that make them support him.
Right. Yeah. Also perhaps closely related to that, another kind of duplication. Yeah, we pretty often call this nowadays this new, sort of, or already emerging or emerged kind of phenomenon which we refer to as, so to say, techno-fascist oligarchy, right? So that there is a kind of interconnectedness, and that's also my question. There is an interconnectedness between those views, like widely shared in the Silicon Valley, all this fascination with the so-called dark enlightenment, Peter Thiel, right? By the way, Musk gave Hitler Gruß twice, right? Also, no doubt about that, right? To make it clear. So clear, yeah. So it was not just something like that. It was exactly what what he showed. And so so at the same time, as you just mentioned, with regards to the revolution, which of course yeah, in a way somehow what makes me it makes me think of the January 6th, right? Coup, and that is also quite strange as of today, that the speed of change that we observe, it's as if usually it's this type of a historical speed. It takes place after the revolution or after the coup. So what we observe, it's as if the coup has happened and we have to speed up, right? And on the one hand, but on the other, we have these like technological new oligarchs which are owning, yeah, huge swaths of information realm. And at the same time, is it so? Is it like this speed that this is like a fascism is here is a kind of a perverse, indeed, a mechanism which pushes capitalism to another phase so brutally, or and is it historically precedental that those who make this change, this shift happen, are also sharing these views? Why is that? Why we have this kind of strange constellation of what used to be totally different directions? I hope it's clear what I meant here.
Well, I think it would be a mistake to think of fascism mainly as a manifestation of ultra conservatism, right? Already the formula of conservative revolution that was used by fascist or proto-fascist theoreticians at the time refers to this to a rather paradoxical position of fascism towards well, change, revolution, speed, transformation, also technology, etc., etc. And as I said in the beginning, fascism was in fact a bundle of often contradictory tendencies, right? I think, and I think today it also manifests like these two apparently contradictory tendencies or aspects. On the one hand, it allies with all sorts of backlash, reactionary movements that would declare themselves as defending, right, the old values of, I don't know, family, sexual identity, and so on and so on. On the other hand, we have this trend or tendency that you've mentioned, speaking about Musk or Thiel, as sort of fascist techno accelerationism, right? Because historical fascism was already also that, right?
Like futurism.
Yeah, it became manifest in futurism, but yes, it was supposed to be a revolution and a mutation, right? A certain anthropological mutation, I would say, that was to be implemented by means of technology, and it is more or less the same now in the fascistic or fascistoid accelerationist movement in the United States. But once again, I would say that that we should look at the moments or the contexts where these two tendencies converge, right? And sort of ultra-conservatism with this kind of quasi-futuristic accelerationism, right? And I don't have a clear answer for if your question was why does this new or contemporary fascism takes form of this technological oligarchy, given the fact that even Elon Musk himself was actually supporting Democrats only a few years ago, right? I don't know. Maybe it's once again this fascist moment when these two tendencies converge, right? That sort of comes back. I don't know if it comes back rather as a farce or something else. But yes, it reappears. But I would say that it was there already in the historical fascism.
Yeah, maybe just also another question that that I'm sort of struggling myself with in a way, because it's becoming yeah, I mean that has been a trend, a political trend for quite a while, but at the moment it like seems that the figure of a migrant became a kind of a most fundamental scapegoat of politics, right? So this, you mentioned this pushbacks at the Belarusian-Polish border, which is just another, yeah. But it's like my question is it valid to say that this fear of migrant and this anti-migrant hysteria that is, I mean, spread all over the place, right, everywhere actually, is somehow deeply based on an anti-Semitic matrix? Is it scientifically and politically, ideologically correct way to put it? Is there an anti-Semitic basis in this type of anti-migrant ressentiment, or and if, for that matter, if yes, is there any difference between contemporary or the present forms of anti-Semitism comparing to the historical ones from the previous centuries?
Well, one of my friends, after having read this book on fascism that you've mentioned, told me, okay, very well, but how did you come to write a book on fascism without even mentioning anti-Semitism? And it's true that in my analysis I barely refer to the concept or to the notion of anti-Semitism. It is not because I think, obviously, right, that anti-Semitism was not an essential part of fascism or Nazism. But I would say that you use the word matrix, right? That if we dig to this, to that to the very matrix, right, of the fascist politics, fascist attitude, I would say that that anti-Semitism was rather an implementation. An implementation of this matrix rather than the matrix itself. The matrix itself is probably I would rather describe it in terms of horror or fear of contamination, right? It is also something that Teveleit, in his study on fascism, he put emphasis on that, right? A fear of mixing, right? Of losing the clear and sharp distinction, right? Distinctions. The fear of flow, right? Of this flow that will come and drown us, right? That is, this is the matrix, and this is the language, right? That is used now in the description of this, right? This waves of migrants, right? Of Muslim or right Middle East populations that will come and invade us, and so on and so on. And of course, it was already there in the anti-Semitic propaganda, right? But I would say that the matrix is something else, or it may probably be reconstructed or described in the terms that are, well, more or less neutral towards, well, it may be anti-Semitic or Islamophobic or other form of implementation of this matrix, right?
Yeah, please. Here is in the second row. Yeah, thanks so much. If you could kindly just introduce shortly yourself.
I'm Tatiana Hardashuk from Institute of Philosophy, National Academy of Science of Ukraine, and you mentioned this situation on Polish-Belarusian borders and violent action of Polish border guards, but but this situation inspired by another side. I mean, Belarusian Lukashenko's regime, which imported and weaponized people from Eastern or African countries for blackmailing Poland and Lithuania, and in fact he weaponizes people with disadvantaged situation in their countries. And how do you characterize that side of the situation within your theoretical frameworks? Thank you.
I would say it's, of course, vicious, right? And absolutely, and something that has to be absolutely condemned, but I don't see anything specifically fascist about that, right? Yeah, that would be my answer. It's not this. It's not from this perspective and within this theoretical frame that I sketched here that I would speak about the Belarusian, so to speak, Belarusian part of this affair. But I may be wrong. Maybe you come up with an idea of how to integrate it. There is, of course, violence involved, right, on the part of the Belarusian border guards as well, just as it was and still is the case on the Polish side of the border, right? That is clear. Is kind of using human beings in fact as a sort of weapon, right? And in this new strange kind of war that became to be the part of our reality, right? As it is a new element. May be wrong, but
Yeah, thank you. Here in the first row. Okay, so sorry.
Sorry. My name is Kovalenko Irina. I'm from European University Viadrina Frankfurt Oder. And when you were referring to Hannah Arendt, I was thinking about the quote by Volodymyr Yarmolenko, the president of PEN Ukraine, who is also who has read much of Arendt as well and took it to his philosophy. And around 2022 or 2023, he mentioned that guilt is always individual, but the responsibility is always shared. And what is your opinion about it? Maybe it might also help to elaborate on these two faces of the same medal, let's say so.
But what he meant was probably a moral guilt on the one hand, and and the legal responsibility on the other, or was it something else?
Also execute these comments, but the responsibility lays on just ordinary Russians who are just enjoying their lives at home. So this was a very abstract idea.
Okay.
Of this.
Yeah, well, speaking about fascism, it's an ongoing and never-ending discussion, right? How far does this principle of responsibility reach, in fact, right? I don't have any definite answers, and I can once again not really quote, but refer to Klaus Teweleit's short lecture or presentation that he gave on the occasion of having been awarded with Adorno Prize a couple of years ago. And he started this lecture with a reflection on how he felt as a teenager after the Second World War in the early 60s, and he defined his basic experience of a German teenager at the time in terms of asking himself all the time, how can anyone be German? In fact, how can I be German after what happened? How to contain it, right? And it's just some people assume, right, this sort of responsibility, even if they didn't actually take part in the events. A generation after the the events, right? And some don't, even if they were in fact part of that, right?
Yeah, please. Here. Yeah, and also here.
Thank you. Susanne Stretling from Freie Universität Berlin. I also wanted to come back to these two types of violence that you distinguished in the beginning, the kind of violence that is brute force, and the other type of violence that is kind of being mediated, that is that comes as a file folder, and that seems to be clean violence. Or sterile violence, I don't know how to put it. And then your attempt to reconnecting these seemingly dissimilar types of violence. And your argument very much reminded me actually of Adorno Horkheimer and the dialectics of enlightenment, and how they claim that actually the project of enlightenment failed, the humanistic project of enlightenment failed, and it became bureaucratic, technocratic and bureaucratic, and this is why it relapsed into barbaric force. So do you think that this very famous, of course, very prominent and already maybe canonical argument by Horkheimer Adorno nevertheless could be part of your argument as well, to show how decency is more kind of a defacement actually in this process?
Yes, indeed. I was also thinking about Adorno and Horkheimer presenting this attempt or this in this attempt to neutralize the opposition, and sometimes even a very sharp, clear distinction between these two forms of violence. I would say that Adorno and Horkheimer, they were quite clear that on the one hand, the bureaucratic logic of distance and detachment, right, has a sort of upper hand in modern societies, and it might seem as if the application of brutal force and the whole psychic dynamics, right, that is behind it, that it's regressive, that it has a tendency to disappear. But I would say that for Adorno and Horkheimer precisely, it was clear that they would rather coexist. They would rather coexist as the two complementary, in fact, dimensions: the pure brutality and an abstract detachment. Right? They are distinct, and again distinct, and nevertheless converging in the very logic of modern societies and their history. That's how I would read their position.
Yeah, and the very last one. Yeah, where's the microphone? Yeah, here in the first row. So sorry. Yeah, from Lesia. Oh. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you so much for your fascinating lecture. It was really interesting to me to listen to, like to follow your thread of thought. I'm not sure if it's a question, but maybe just a feedback. But I was very intrigued with this thesis of this author that you quoted a lot, who wrote the male fantasies.
Klaus Teweleit.
Yes, you said that according to Teweleit, there is a certain drive to kind of dissolve the boundary between the perpetrator and the victim in the act of killing. So this brutal violence is kind of driven by a certain desire to dissolve this, like to get rid of these boundaries, right? To dissolve the boundary. And I was thinking that another type of violence, which is bureaucratic violence, is driven by the very similar thing, which is also the desire to kind of dissolve into something, you know, to desubjectivize, right? To dissolve into some bigger like mechanism where you are not a subject, but just, you know, a function. So there is certain drive of self-erasure, which is similar to these two types of violence. And I was thinking that maybe this is the source of this fascist enjoyment, you know, the enjoyment of self-erasure, to, you know, of dissolving as a separate entity. And paradoxically, when we're thinking about this anti-migrant hysteria, because you said that there is a fear of losing the distinction, right? The fear of the migrants is based on this fear of the other who could contaminate you. So I was thinking maybe it's precisely the opposite. Maybe the migrant is the figure who makes me feel so much kind of separate, you know, like under the gaze of the other, you feel the other yourself in a way. So the migrant brings you this feeling of being like a distinct subject. And like the desire to get rid of the migrants is the desire to get rid of this gaze who subjectivize you in a certain way. So this is the desire to dissolve into this homogeneity, you know, the fascist homogeneity, where there is no this stranger who kind of highlights your strangeness, if it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows the complexity, right, of this matter. In fact, Teweleit, in this very passage that I quoted in the beginning, he was speaking about the two tendencies, right? The second tendency was the tendency you've mentioned to erase the boundaries and to penetrate the body of the body of the other in order to erase the boundaries. And the first tendency, the first striving was to keep the distance, right? And I think, there is another figure or a phantasm, to use the psychoanalytic term that Teweleit mentions when he speaks about the fascist subject and the fascist attitude. After you have beaten all these bodies to death and turned them into a bloody mass, as he speaks, what you discover, what you experience, is the silence and the emptiness. He speaks of a public square where the mass of the protesters, of protesting women, in fact, has been massacred by the Freikorpser, fascist Freikorpser, and he mentions the report of one of the perpetrators who has this mystical experience of a finally empty square, right? And this could also be thought of, I think, as something that people like Eichmann could possibly have in common with the fascist stormtroopers, right? Because Eichmann, he should have also had this idea of finally emptying, right, the space by exterminating the Jewish population, right? And this quasi-mystical experience of it's finally empty, it's finally peaceful, it's finally the end, right? And maybe, just maybe, this techno-fascistic tendency that you mentioned, it also aims precisely in that direction. Well, ultimately, erasure of the, I don't know, of the humankind as we know it.
Right, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. Thank you so much again, Michal Herer. Yeah, thanks so much for your attention. We will reconvene in 10 minutes, and in the meantime, you can use a bar, and I was instructed to tell that soft drinks are for free. So we will meet in 10 minutes for the second panel, War, Body, Landscape. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to our second panel in the framework of the project Transcribing Violence. The title is War Body Landscape, 3 big words and terms. You know, speaking about war today, if we are having in mind the war in Ukraine or against Ukraine, it's always the question from what point we are starting, or how we are defining different periods of war or phases of it. Now we are speaking, for example, about the so-called big war, like after the Russian invasion in the year 22. Before we had kind of hybrid war, or anti-terroristic operation, how it was called first in Ukraine, afterwards operation of united forces. So there was a period of different titles of the events which were taking place. First on some territories of Ukraine, nowadays almost on the all of the territory of Ukraine, and across the Europe in other so-called hybrid forms. And even in Russia, the war, which was first called Special Military Operation, I guess at the latest, after so-called Trump negotiation approach, even Russians, even Kremlin calls this war. So this is like very, I don't know, dynamic periodization. Everything changes all the time, and the dimension is even bigger, and now this word is absolutely legitimized by all the parts of it. And it refers, or it leads me to the reflection about different temporalities, and that even the Ukrainian society, people in different parts of Ukraine experienced this war and all these phases in different times, in different forms. And on one hand, we have all the time very excessive, on the permanent level, some acts of violence, explosions, attacks on people, on the infrastructure, etc. So it is a very visual war which we experience really every day on one hand. On the other hand, this accumulation effect is also present now after 11 years, and these different temporalities and this excessive experience on both levels brought me to an interesting term, I guess, of the slow violence, which is used mostly in the environmental context, when people are speaking about ecological climate change, for instance, or some ecological consequences of politics or industry, of human actions. But what is an interesting difference between this general violence, as we are used to it, to speak about it, and the slow violence, the slow violence is invisible, but it is present all the time, and it is present at the same time as this general violence. And I think this is somehow an important motive of our talk today. And we will try to catch this invisibility, or to speak about different approaches, about writing, about visual arts, how to, and this is actually, one of the tasks, or I don't know, approaches of art, to make some things visible. And in this sense, I think it will be interesting talk about making slow violence visible, and maybe in this sense also to think about future, what is expecting us if we see things more clearly. And with this interesting and ambitious task, two very interesting artists or authors, or both, will help me today. Yana Kononova is visual artist and lecturer as well. She studied sociology and then arts and curation. She studied, as I understood, as well in Ukraine and in the United States. Yana Kononova was born in Azerbaijan. She was living on an island. Wait a second. Paralahi Island, exactly. And after the first Nagorno-Karabakh war, her family moved or immigrated to Ukraine. And in Ukraine, Yana slowly became a photographer. She was a student at the school of Viktor Marushenko Photography School. She was learned or studied photography in other, also international contexts. She was an award winner of Bird in Flight. This is a very important Ukrainian medium on photography. And Yana Kononova is working she's working with different media, with installation, with painting, with photography, but she is also a very interesting thinker, and she is always trying to connect the performativity of image, of the portrait, with conceptual reflections and comments. And these comments are also very much connected to poetical reflections on some phenomena, on some subjects, not necessarily human ones. And this is also something interesting about work of Yana Kononova, about the notion of weird ecologies and geographies, and as you put it. And since the so-called big war, since 2022, Yana Kononova is working on different projects, of course, connected with war. I learned that you have also projects about people, about portraits of people who got this not concussion after explosions, this physical attack on the possibility to hear. But one of the main, like, I don't know, objects, or probably also subjects of your work is the landscape. Also in the context of history, of visual culture, but in the context of Ukraine is probably as a witness or as some kind of subject of documenting of what is happening in Ukraine with people and with the environment. Yes. And my second guest is Stanislav Aseyev, who is working in a different way. Stanislav Aseyev was born in Makiyivka and lived there, and he stayed in Makiyivka. I don't know if all of you know the Ukrainian geography so well. It's a small city in Donbass, pretty small, probably town, not even a city. And Stanislav was one of the few people with not with pro-Russian, pro-separatistic views who stayed in Makiyivka after Russian occupation in 2014. He was working in context of war for quite a long time as a writer there, and he had a nickname, Stanislav Vasin, exactly, and he was writing short dispatches, stories about life in occupation for different Ukrainian media. Before that, it's also worth to mention Stanislav studied philosophy and religion studies, and this is a very interesting basis for his publicistic and journalistic work. If you read these early texts of Stanislav, his witnessing of the different processes taking place during the occupation, you will see this multi-perspectivity and deepness of his observations. Unfortunately, the security services of the self-proclaimed pro-Russian Republic caught Stanislav in captivity, and he spent more than 2.5 years in the worst prison established in the occupied territory of Donbass by Russia. And this is the so-called Izolatia prison, which was actually a concentration camp. And these big parts of life of Stanislav, first his writing about occupation was published during his captivity as a book in isolation. Recently, it's also translated into English, into German. And after Stanislav was released from the captivity, another book about his experience in Izolatia, in this concentration camp, was published as well in German language. So yeah, you can, if you read German or if you read English or if you read Ukrainian, all these very important books, these two very important books are accessible. Especially strange, I can say it from my side, is to read the Isolation, this first book, because it's feels like a very long ago, but your observations are absolutely contemporary, relevant, and give this deeper understanding of the dimension of war and consequences of it, what we are dealing with. Okay, I'm speaking too long. I can say that both of my speakers are awarded artists or authors, very important voices on different international platforms. Stas Aseyev himself has a very interesting story after he was freed in the after isolation. He was he got in touch with secret services. Maybe you will tell us a bit later about the things what happened afterwards. I mean no. Okay. Sorry. No, I mean the story of Palich, of one of the guys who was torturing Stanislav, and later he was, he happened to live in Kiev, in the same city as Stanislav, and it is also worth another book, all the story of finding him and taking him and bringing him to prison. And it happens it happened, under interesting circumstances, not necessarily thanks to the state authorities at the moment. Afterwards, Stanislav, after the big invasion, Stanislav first founded an important human rights organization, which was like investigating and looking for war criminals from Russian side, and afterwards he joined the Ukrainian army, where he served about 9 months, and after 2 injuries, but due to his captivity status of a Russian captive, he could demobilize, and now he is working as a journalist, as author a lot, and continuing his human rights work and activism. And first question which I want to ask you, Stanislav, in this context. As I already said, you made books from big and probably unbearable and very violent experiences you went through in these years. And I wanted to ask you about your reflection of this process of working with the experience and translated it or transforming it in textual form. Can you share with us what is important in this process, except that you are giving people like that you are testifying, but what are the advantages, or I don't know, important approaches?
Good evening. I will speak in Ukrainian, if you don't mind, and there will be a translation.
I'm so sorry, I completely forgot Anna Kolomiyets, a translator from English in German into Ukrainian and vice versa, will be helping us tonight with the translation for Stanislav.
Yeah, thank you so much. Дійсно, написання книжки про мій досвід полону – це дуже важлива частина мого життя. І перш за все, це частина моєї власної психотерапії, як практики психотерапії після звільнення з полону.
Yes, true. It would be true to say that writing a book about my experience in captivity was a big part and very important part of my life. And even more than that, in the first place, it was a big part of my psychotherapy. I mean, the practical part of it.
З цієї причини я не можу давати якихось порад, наприклад, як автор, з точки зору написання книжки, тому що вагома частина її взагалі була написана в полоні, коли я мав таку можливість писати. І тоді це не сприймалось як книжка. Тоді це сприймалось виключно як практика виписування тих думок і тих проблем, які були у мене всередині. Тобто у мене не було проєкту ще книжки як такої.
And this is actually the reason why I cannot even give any advice to authors how you can make this transition of your experience into a book, because great part of this book was actually written in captivity. So basically, in times when I could write something, I just was writing it down, and this was a part of my practical work to reflect on my thoughts, to reflect on the issues that were important to me at that moment, and I didn't even have any idea of a book project or something.
Перші строчки цієї книжки, про яку йде мова, я взагалі написав у підвалі, в якому провів перші 1,5 місяці свого полону з 2,5 років. І я просто знайшов на підлозі картонну теку, шматочок олівця і почав записувати, власне, ті думки і, я б навіть сказав, переводити ті проблеми, які були у мене всередині психологічно, просто на папір, щоб не збожеволіти в цій ситуації.
And even the first pages of the book, even the first rows of the book, they were written by me during the first 1.5 months I spent in a cellar, where out of the 2.5 years I spent in captivity in general, I just found a piece of a cardboard and a piece of pencil, and I just wrote down some of the thoughts I had in that time in order not to go crazy because of those experiences.
А формою мистецтва це, власне, вже стало тільки після звільнення, коли мені вдалося вивести цей рукопис з окупації, завдяки, до речі, нашому військовополоненому, з яким я сидів в одному таборі. Він, власне, сховав всі ці рукописи серед листів від своєї дружини. І тоді вже це стало дійсно проєктом літератури, який я закінчив на свободі, і таким чином з'явилася та книжка, яка сьогодні перекладена, в тому числі і на німецьку мову, вона зветься «Hellerweg», тобто «Світлий шлях».
And those notes, they actually became a book, a piece of art, only when I was liberated, when I was already living the free life. It was a success that these notes were taken out of the occupation. So one of the inmates, whom I knew from my times in captivity, helped me to get those notes out of that prison, because he had hidden my notes among the letters from his wife. He gave those notes to me later then, and I already had the chance to finish the book project in liberty. And this is the way the book that is already accessible and translated in many languages, in German in particular, and is known under the title Heller Weg, which is Svitlый шлях in Ukrainian. Now this book is known in this form.
Два слова буквально, чому Хеллервек, тому що ізоляція знаходиться на вулиці Світлого шляху, а сама назва Світлий шлях відсилає до, це є алюзія до радянського вислову Леніна, що до комунізму ми йдемо світлим шляхом. Тобто от така назва.
A small remark, why Heller Weg? So in English this can be translated as the bright way or the bright path. This is actually an allusion on a quote of Lenin, who said that the people was going towards the communism along a bright path.
I think this book already became like part of the canon of the literature written in captivity or about it or both. And I was wondering if you are in some relationship to other texts written under similar circumstances, and maybe what did you read afterwards? What are you referring to today, if there is such authors and texts?
На жаль, так. Дійсно, це вже стало частиною великої, знову ж таки, традиції на пострадянському просторі табірної, так званої табірної літератури. І це трішки сюрреалістично, що в 2025 році в Україні ми досі говоримо про табірну літературу.
Yes, right you are. This is really a part of a big tradition on the territory of the former Soviet Union, the so-called camp literature. And this is kind of surrealistic that now in 2025 we still speak about the camp literature.
Я одразу скажу, що я взагалі нічого не читаю, що пов'язано з війною сьогодні, тому що не тільки не читаю, але й не дивлюсь, намагаюсь принаймні не дивитись, тому що я постійно в процесі війни, я сам є, як вже сказали, ветераном, я був на війні, я займаюсь питанням воєнних злочинів і пошуку воєнних злочинців, і намагаюсь принаймні поза цією роботою себе обмежити у споживанні інформації про війну там в літературі, скажімо.
As for other texts, frankly, I don't even read anything connected to the war at the moment, and I try not to watch things connected to the war, because I really deal with the war a lot. As you already mentioned, I'm a veteran myself, and I still deal with war crimes and war criminals. So apart from these activities, I try to switch myself off this topic as far as possible.
Але якщо ми кажемо про літературу, яка вплинула на написання цієї книжки, то це, безперечно, Віктор Франкл, його робота «Психолог в концтаборі», з якою я був знайомий ще давно в рамках своєї філософської освіти. І книжка навіть структурно в чомусь повторює його думки з тією різницею, що я намагаюсь в певних моментах дискутувати, наскільки це можливо, так, з Франклом, бо в нас, хоча і різний досвід був, але деякі речі дуже схожі були і щодо насилля у нацистських концтаборах, і щодо того, що відбувалося вже в ізоляції.
But as of the books that had influence on me, on my writing, it is Viktor Frankl's book, The Psychologist in the Concentration Camp. This was a work that I had already known before I have gotten into captivity myself. And you may also realize that my book is structured also really similarly to the Frankel's book. And besides, I'm also discussing some things with Frankel in my work. As a matter of fact, many things that we experienced were really similar, but I mean the violence that he experienced in the concentration camps in Germany and me in concentration camps of our times, but some of them were different, so there was a place for discussion.
Thank you, Stas. And I'm sorry, but now we will speak about war and have some pictures of it. Jana, I wanted to ask you about this approach of a non-human documentation of war. It is my invention of today's preparation, like how the landscape can tell us what is happening. And I think you are trying to grasp this communication attempt, probably. Maybe it's all our projections of humans, but can you tell us about this relation of war to the landscape and what we can read or what can we get translated from this relation? And speaking of books, there is here on the table a very freshly published book by Jana Kononova, Radiations of War. You cannot unfortunately take it with you home, but you can take it and have a look inside the book. Can we start the presentation? We can start it with the remote control.
This project, Radiations of War, it's developed as a documentary project, but sometimes I like to speculate on it in the terms of in landscape feelings. I started working almost immediately after the full-scale invasion, at that time there was no clear concept, only the need to be present, to respond, and to document what was happening on the ground. And this project took shape gradually as I realized that I don't document some isolated events, but try to trace how violence persists and in the land and how it saturates the terrain. So I think this project explores what it means for a landscape to endure war, not just a site of destruction or a victim of violence, but as a terrain that records, resists, and maybe reconfigures forces imposed upon it, experiencing violence over time. I have worked in areas formerly occupied by Russian troops or territories experienced missile strikes, taking pictures on black and white film and on my medium format camera over a period of 2 years. This work moves between testimony, documentation, and kind of artistic exploration of war-affected zones, tracing how violence persists long after the immediate acts of destruction have ended, inscribing itself into the land. So maybe we can. Yes, this is the cover of the book. The resulting books comprises 40 photographs and was published by XYZ Books and Photodoc this year. And And it also features the poetic texts of American poetess Joel McSweeney, whose concept of necropastoral resonates closely to the themes of this work. The sequencing logic of the book is developed in collaboration with designer João Linhu. It begins with fragmentation, introduced in the opening image, and gradually moves to the cohesive or to the deceptive sense of cohesion. In the final photograph, artificial mountain. And in this way, the structure of book reflects on an arc of grief, starting from entire collapse and moving toward a form of gathering and acceptance. I can... We can move toward final photograph, and I will talk about it. So these are not all photographs. I chosen only some sequence from them. Yeah, these are not all photographs included in the book. Yes, this final photograph. This final photograph depicts a terracon in artificial mountain. It's the heap of waste left over from coal mining, and this formation are common for Eastern Ukraine, and are often repurposed now for fortified military positions. And at first glance, this mountain looks monumental, even idealized in its form, like a perfect mountain. But this perfection is entirely artificial. It's assembled from discarded debris of extraction. And terracons are chemically unstable, then can spontaneously ignite and smolder for years, burning underground and glowing red at night. And this slow hidden combustion makes this image as a metaphor of deferred catastrophe or violence that continues to unfold long after the initial acts of extraction has ended. And as such, terracon for me stands as a sign of kind of war's toxic afterlife, concluding the book, appearance stable from within, but from distance, but burning from within. Yes, I can also speak about the other photograph with dolphin. We can. On this. Okay. Okay. Desperation. Desperation of landscape explore the environmental aftermath of the war, in particular the destruction of Kakhovka Dam. It's developing in more metaphorical and artistic way, like collages, and also the film. In June 2023, Russian forces destroyed the dam, causing massive flooding downstream along the Dnipro River. And but to trace the effect of the reservoir depletion, I traveled upstream to Zaporizhia. It's the vast industrial hub industrial center where, unlike these downstream flooded territories, it was possible to observe the gradual decline in water levels, unfolded against the backdrop of urban and environmental and industrial environments. And this layered setting in Zaporizhia, it reminds some kind of techno-geographical milieu. What I would like to... The resulting work constructs a spatial imagery of catastrophe, situated within both a visual tradition of catastrophe depiction and also Ukrainian industrial and geological history. And it asks how spatial representation can mediate encounters beyond human, and how within this techno-geographical milieu it's possible to observe how desperation becomes more than a human effect. The first series of collages capture people resting on Zaporizhia urban beach, juxtaposing the scene of daily tranquility with slow catastrophe quietly advancing in the backdrop. And we can return to the to previous images. Yes, yes. This second series of collages, it follows people venturing on the newly exposed lands, small islands and rocks emerged from the water near this colossal building of Dnipro HPS dam. And drawing on the motif of pilgrimage, this work explored relationship between human imagination and the earth. And these both series of collages, they interrogate the tension between illusion and documentary fidelity. The mirage evoked here recalls its lone association with despair in visual and literary tradition of Romanticism, but it's reenacted here as a kind of a speculative gesture that pretends to moving beyond human-centered narratives. And the land raises twice here. First, in the documentary event, and second time in this spectral logic of collaging. And it also, this work also includes this film, which I recorded spontaneously, being on this deserted landscape near this Dnipro HPS dam. Yes, but I haven't it here. I can also...
Let's make this third project, or...
What do you ask?
Зробимо наступний ще проєкт, чи давай...
I can say that I gradually transition to speculations about war landscape with the time, already keeping balancing between documentary materials and some kind of doubling landscape as affective and material, speculative and actual, because through this speculation you can develop some stories about landscape with distinctions of another type than distinctions proper for human. And I'm really interested in that. But sometimes I also write text, and I wrote the essay titled Anthrax, and it's focusing on the concept of hyper-camouflage. It's developed by Iranian philosopher Reza Negarestani, but I adapted it for my work in the landscape. And it begins with a real story. A journalist travels across eastern Ukraine, but he's struck by a military vehicle on which loses control on an icy road. And though he survives, he soon experiences strange symptoms, fever, infection, and a lingering sense of contamination. And the text gradually shifts from documentary to speculative imagining. And the landscape is no longer framed as a passive backdrop that merely suffers the effect of war, but instead it becomes an agent that infiltrates a living being. And central to this essay is the idea of hypercamouflage, not simply blending into environment, but deeper mutation when environment itself strikes outward, seizing and contaminating, becoming like skin, through the skin. And through this mode, the landscape ceases to be seen and begins to be felt as an invasive, sensuous force that infiltrates itself within the flesh, colonizing organism from within. And this marks a shift how space usually is engaged, not through visual mastery or control, but through absorption, infection, and psychic entanglement. And thus the main idea is that the landscape that has endured the war a long time does not merely absorb violence, but it becomes volatile, expressive, and even aggressive in its response. And it reconfigures the bodies that pass through it, turning them into carriers of its own transformation, inner mutations. And in this case, I would like to make some shifts in our perception and considering violence.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point to see that war is influencing space, is influencing time and the human body, and this interaction or this and then body, space, and time are influencing each other, if I can formulate it this way. And I think here we are coming again, or at least me, to this notion of slow violence. And I wanted to ask you, Stanislav, in this regard, because yes, we know this slow violence from the perspective of ecology or environment, but what how could we apply this type of violence on the very personal experience, probably corporeal experience, or very physical experience of the society? And in this context, I wanted to ask you how you are observing or reflecting the transformation of this body experience of violence in such a long time period, like 11 years of the war. And maybe like a second sub-question or another one is how do you observe and what do you think about the consequences of this violence on our society? Because again, we are now speaking about a decade and of accumulation of all of these experiences.
Ну, насправді, якщо ми кажемо про персональне, про насилля до конкретної персоналі, в даному випадку до мене, то дійсно під час цього, під час, зокрема, катувань, і простір, і час, взагалі такі поняття, як простір та час, викривляються. І, наприклад, час, він подовжується, тобто здається, що пройшла, скажімо, хвилина там катувань під електричним струмом, а це видається цілою годиною. І те саме можна сказати і про час в полоні.
If we were to speak about the personal dimension of experiencing the violence, I mean, a single person being subject to violence, I mean myself by it, then I can state that the notions of space and time, they are being distorted a lot. For example, during the torturing. For instance, when tortured by electricity, one single minute of torture seemed an hour to me.
В самій ізоляції, при перебуванні в самій ізоляції, час також дуже уповільнювався, тому що навколо, це пов'язано в тому числі з замкненим простором, тому що навколо ви бачите те саме, навіть не місяцями, а роками. Тих самих людей, ті самі об'єкти, в принципі, той самий розпорядок дня зранку до ночі, і тому час там дуже сильно викривляється, але перед, скажімо, святами, новорічними святами, навпаки, ми відчували, ми просто навіть не рахували дні, вони настільки швидко плинули, тому що ми очікували обміну полоненими, як правило, наприкінці року. І це завжди викривляло час, але в зворотній бік.
And the same actually refers to the captivity as such. So in captivity, the time tends to seem to move slowly than it really does. And this is also true about isolation as such, because in captivity, in this isolation camp, you are staying in a closed space, you are surrounded by all the same people and the same objects, and you are experiencing the same time table, the time schedule every day. So the time is being distorted a lot, and it seems slower than it is. But on the other hand, when the New Year time came around, and all the inmates, we were waiting to be exchanged, because the New Year is also traditionally a time for exchanging prisoners. We didn't even count the days because they seemed to fly by.
Після звільнення вже на свободі в перші дні у мене, і не тільки у мене, а у багатьох звільнених було дивне відчуття простору, тому що тіло після 2,5 років обмеженості не могло просто зрозуміти, що можна вийти за межі, скажімо, шпиталю, до якого нас привезли, і піти в будь-який бік. Можна зайти в супермаркет, в магазин, можна по лісу прогулятись. Це те, чого ви були позбавлені протягом років. І насправді було дуже дивно і складно пристосуватись до того, що ти тепер вільна людина і можеш не питати навіть там у лікаря, чи може вийти з палати і піти там прогулятись, скажімо.
And already in liberty, after being liberated, I can say that I experienced a very strange feeling and sensation of the space, because after 2.5 years spent in captivity in a closed space, I could not get accustomed to being actually free and going in any direction I choose, without even asking the physician whether I could go to the supermarket or whether I could go to the forest or elsewhere. And this was not only my case, but many inmates also testified the same thing. So it was quite a difficult and a weird experience for me, getting accustomed to these new spatial relations.
Щодо суспільного контексту цієї війни, то я б сказав, що на нас чекає дуже довга травматизація, яка буде розповсюджуватися на багато поколінь вперед, в тому числі людей, які пройшли полон вже як військовополонені, але не тільки, в тому числі і людей, які переживають війну у містах, які далекі від лінії фронту, але тим не менш, як ви, я думаю, що сьогодні всі бачили, що вночі розбомбили Київ чергове, і люди, які, здавалось би, далеко від фронту, але тим не менш можна сказати, що вони в той же самий час і на лінії фронту, і війна, безперечно, і стосується їх.
If we were to speak about the social context of violence and traumatization, then my assumption is that we shall count with years of traumatization, that we shall await many generations in the future to be traumatized by it. And by that I don't only mean exclusively soldiers who have been gotten captive. I also mean civilians and even those who live seemingly far away from the front line, but they are still getting traumatized. For example, tonight, as you may have heard, Kiev was attacked by bombs and rockets, and people living in Kiev, they may think of themselves not living directly on the front line and being in relatively safety, but somehow they are still living on the front line.
I think I was thinking during your response about this like huge challenge. Probably it won't be possible to do to place ourselves or the society or the idea of the development, or I don't know, of the future of our society in this time. What does it mean that it like will stay with us for future generations? What for me it's hard to imagine. It's really very challenging to imagine, although I know it will be like this, and probably it will be even more destructive for the Ukrainian society than we expect it now. On the other hand, we are constantly dealing with this state, like after, what is happening after the liberation of the occupied cities, what is happening after, I don't know, after the release from the captivity. On one hand, this violence experience is living its own life further. On the other hand, there is this temporal division between before, during, and after, and one of these after moments you are documenting or you are working with in your project, the next project you are showing us.
This work is named Izium Forest. It's an installation, and it's centered on the exhumation site in the Ukrainian city of Izium, where lots of mass graves were discovered after the city's liberation by Ukrainian troops. But instead of focusing on this procedure itself, I focus on the resting rescue workers in the pine trees, because I was really struck by this scene, and I made this 5-part panorama and combining different shots, so I was focusing on this symbolic presence of rescue workers, evoking a solemn, almost liturgical assembly. And I also this manipulated film negative. They blur the line between bodies and forest, and situating the scene within when the mourning and testimony converge. This is how it was installed in Venice Biennale. It's a huge panorama. I would also talk about this photograph from Radiations of War. It was captured in Odessa, where I traveled to capture the autopsy of the dolphin as a part of criminal case Ukraine has opened against Russia to prove that war is affecting the population of dolphin population in the Black Sea. And The procedure took place in the courtyard of Odessa Biological Institute by two researchers with the help of two students there in the photograph who were writing their thesis on this topic. And supervising the process was the police officer, the prosecutor, and the representative from the Kharkiv Institute, who had the authority to classify the crimes against animals under Ukrainian law. And in Ukraine, we now lack this proper reagents to make the analysis. So these gathered materials were sent to Italy for further examination. But what struck me most was not only the event itself, but the way it unfolded. Is a kind of also social drama around this dead body, because a lot of multiple institutions, authorities, and activists were contesting the access to this body and the authority to make a verdict. And the entire scene was deeply affective, excessive in a way. And one of the researchers said, "What stays with me, that dolphin make people crazy." And I think that this tension also is visible in this scene, because this shape of dolphin can be easily mistaken for a human body. And this sense of misrecognition feels important for me, because it opens this image into the space where distinction between human and animal, crime and mourning, scientific procedure and myth, nature and politics, they begin to dissolve. And another. This work was developed as a site-specific installation for the exhibition in Rotterdam, which is still on view. It's like a wallpaper environment, and it's based on photographs I took in the winter of 2023 in one of the villages of our territorial community where I live. And it documents the funeral of the soldier that had been killed in the war. And what struck me immediately was this unusually large number of priests of the Orthodox Church. They circled the grave in their vestments, almost like birds in flight. And at a certain moment, they began to bury the body themselves, shoveling earth onto the grave. And I had never witnessed such a large gathering of clergy at a funeral, and there was something overwhelming in this scene, like a dense, affective choreography of grief. And thus this work engages with the deeply affective dimension of collective grief, one that manifests with particular intensity in the funeral rituals held for fallen soldiers in Ukraine. And at the same time, it also draws attention to the very controversial role of Orthodox Church, because it's associated with the influence of Kremlin now, and this tension between controversial or complicated position of church and real communal need for mourning feels central for this work.
I suddenly discovered a beautiful watch on the Technic desk there. And thank you, Jana. I want now to ask you both one question, but in different configuration. And then we will take a bit of the time of our get-together. We will solve it somehow later, and we will open to the audience. I wanted to ask you both about also something what can theoretically happen after the acts of violence is some kind of establishing justice. It can look very differently. It can have juridical level or some very personal level and perception what it could be. In this sense, I wanted to ask you, Stas, first, what is your understanding of justice, or how do you solve this puzzle for yourself? If you need it, so what is your relation to this notion as a person who established a human rights organization and as a person who practically managed to find your torturer yourself? Can you tell us probably this story? And
Ну, ця історія насправді дуже довга. Я боюсь, що вона займе багато часу, тому я дуже коротко про неї скажу.
This story is a long one, so in order not to take too much of your time, I will be very brief.
Комендантом ізоляції, головним воєнним злочинцем, найбільш, власне, який створив всю цю систему і був найбільш жорстокий, був так званий Палич, це його позивний, на прізвище Куліковський, прізвище його.
In Izolatia, there was a man with a nickname Polic. His real name was Kulikovsky. He was actually the one to create this concentration camp, and he was the chief person there, and he was the most violent person in the whole camp.
Оскільки він був просто по горло в крові, бо він катував і вбивав людей з 2014 року, і дуже багато знав про ФСБ, яке безпосередньо віддавало йому накази, він розумів, що це питання часу, коли його, власне, теж вб'ють.
This person actually was bathing in a human's blood because he was on daily basis torturing and killing other people since 2014. He was connected to the Federal Security Service of Russia because they were the ones to give him commands, who he then executed. So he was deeply incorporated into the system, and he realized very well that it was only a matter of time when he is going to be a victim of a murder.
І з цієї причини у 2019 році він втік з Донецька до Росії, а звідти втік до контрольованої Україною території, де запропонував свої послуги, свою інформацію, власне, все, що він тільки знав, Службі безпеки України в обмін, як потім з'ясувалось, на свободу, щоб вони його просто відпустили.
So, bearing that in mind, he decided to leave the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine, mainly the region of Donetsk. He went first to Russia and then traveled to the controlled territory of Ukraine, and he offered to the security services of Ukraine his services, so pretty much everything he knew about what was happening in the occupied territory of Ukraine, exchanging this information to his personal freedom.
Я про це дізнався абсолютно випадково вже у 2021 році, коли він, власне, і був вже на свободі в Києві. Завдяки моєму другу Христо Грозєву з Білінгкет ми розмотали цю історію, знайшли його адресу в Києві, ну і фактично ви змусили Службу безпеки України його таки заарештувати. І наразі він відбуває 15-річне покарання в українській колонії.
It was by chance that I learned about him living freely in Kiev in 2021. and it was due to my friend Christo Grosi from Billingcat that I was managed to trace this person down and find out where he lived, so basically his address. And we actually forced the security service of Ukraine to arrest him. And now this man is serving his sentence in one of Ukrainian prisons. He's serving 15 years of sentence.
Тому коротка відповідь на ваше питання, як я розумію справедливість. В моєму розумінні справедливість ніколи не настає до кінця, тому що навіть 15-річний термін цієї, в лапках, людини, він не перекреслює 2,5 роки, які він відібрав у мене, ну, не тільки він, але в тому числі він. І якщо зважити його 15 років і мої 2,5 роки, то для мене мої переважують. Тобто я б такий, щоб він отримав взагалі довічне, але навіть в цьому випадку я б не сказав, що це якось компенсує те пекло, яке він влаштовував нам 2,5 роки в ізоляції. Тому навіть от в цьому випадку я не скажу, що це абсолютно справедливість для мене.
And a brief answer to your question, what is my idea of justice? I would say that justice never prevails to the highest extent. I mean, justice does not give the fullest satisfaction, so to speak, because even this sentence of 15 years for this quote-unquote person is not enough to compensate for the horrors that I've been through during these 2.5 years. So this person, quote-unquote, stole these 2.5 years from me. I mean, not only he, but he too, it was also due to him. And if I shall weigh up these 15 years of his sentence and my 2.5 years of captivity, my 2.5 years of captivity weigh much more for me. And even if that man would have gotten life sentence, it would still be not enough for everything that he had made us go through, for the hell that we have been through because of him.
I wanted to ask you another small question. As you mentioned, Christo Groziev and Bellingcat and another important person from the Secret Service also helped you with this Palich case, Roman Chervinsky, and I know from open sources that you are somehow connected, still connected to Secret Service, and thanks to this connection, you managed to go to Damascus after the Sidnaya prison was closed as a prison, or stopped existing as a prison. And in this regard, I wanted to ask you, not why did you go there, but what did you understand about the anatomy of this brutal, violent machine of dictatorship, and such prisons, which you also, I think, compared with Izolatia in some interview or some article or something. Why they are created and what is their function in your understanding, in the whole architecture of these regimes?
Ну, дійсно, ця поїздка до Сирії, вона відбулася, щоправда, не завдяки Службі безпеки, а завдяки Головному управлінню розвідки. Це трішки інша структура, але тим не менш. І якщо коротко, знову ж таки, можна сказати, що досвід Сирії, він показує, що агресія і насильство, вони не мають етнічного обличчя. Тобто ті речі, які відбувалися в ізоляції, вони дуже нагадують те, що я побачив і про що розповідали жертви в Сиднаї, в Сирії, або навпаки, ті, що відбувалися в Сиднаї, дуже нагадують ізоляцію. І головна ідея в тому, що дійсно, на жаль, насильство, воно є таким міжетничним і позанаціональним.
Yes, I really had the chance to go to Syria, but not due to this security service of Ukraine. It was due to the Directorate of Intelligence of Ukraine. So this is a different structure. But what I saw, what I could witness in Syria, brought me to the conclusion that aggression and violence truly do not have any ethnical face. do not have any ethnicity, because things that I remember from Isolati and I know from that time actually resemble a lot the things that I saw in Damascus, in Sidnaya prison, and what the witnesses and the survivors told me. So this is basically the idea. Unfortunately, the violence does not have any ethnical or racial borders.
Thank you, Stas. And a short note about justice and possibility of the justice from you, Jana, and then we are opening.
Actually, I would like to develop this idea about no national borders for violence. When I, in developing radiations of war, I keep returning to the question of how to cope with violence, not in the framework of justice, testimony, or redress. And one example that continues to shape my thinking is the passage of poetess Joelle McSweeney on the poetry of another woman, Dolores Durantes, about the mass murder of women at the US-Mexico border. And Joelle McSweeney reflects on how these murdered women do not return to demand justice on truth, but instead they compulsively reenact their own murders in very grotesque and in grotesque way, reenacting this staging it again and again, and in doing so they emit kind of radiance or gravitational field that ultimately might engulf their killers. And so this is like reenactment of performance of brutality, but on their own terms. And this image stays with me as a suggestion of what poetry might do when it chooses not to restore but to distort. And of course, such an approach is not realizable in actual political life, but it raises for me the question of what allows such poetic imagining to matter. Why does it make sense, and what kind of claim does poetry enact in this gesture? And in this sense, I also would like to perceive the images from this Radiations of War series not as a representation of past moments, but I feel them like ongoing emissions or something that continues to still unfolding, still happening, and I would like to perceive them also as spaces charged with what has passed through them, and as a kind of reenactment of brutality, but on their own terms.
Thank you, Jana. And now questions from you. Tatiana? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for your very, very important and very important talk and discussion. And I have a question maybe to both speakers and probably mostly to Jana about landscapes and memory, because landscapes, human-made and natural objects are the witness of war crimes and other kind of violence, and as it's shown on your pictures, and there are also memory and monuments. And Katerina mentioned about how we should see and project our future. And there is a discussion in society about what should be left from that witness of this landscape witness of crimes, or shall we restore them completely? And what is your thought about keep a balance between the memory of landscape and our wishes to healing ourselves and our memory from traumas of crimes and violence? And maybe this question to our post, because Izolatia also can be considered as a part of landscapes and memory about events took place and still takes place in this object. Yeah, thank you.
Ну, ви знаєте, насправді, ще коли були ілюзії, що ми швидко можемо звільнити Донецьк, то взагалі була ідея, щоб, коли це відбудеться, ізоляцію зробити як меморіальним комплексом, таким, щоб взагалі показувати там, майбутнім поколінням, так, що тут відбувалося.
Yeah, you know, some time ago, when we still had illusions to be able to liberate Donetsk quick enough, there was an idea that we shall make a memory complex of Izolatia to show it to further generations as a warning or something.
Але тут дуже тонка межа, коли пам'ять стає видом насилля, як ми бачимо у Росії, яка зробила з 9 травня культ, і який використовується зараз абсолютно точно проти нашої країни. І тому тут треба бути насправді дуже обережним, щоб просто не дати приводу для майбутньої політичної влади, бо ми не знаємо, хто прийде до влади там через 20, 30, 40 років в Україні, приводу зробити те, що зробила Росія всередині своєї країни.
But there is this subtle border between memorialization and making the memory a form of violence. And here we can remember what Russia has done with the memory of the Second World War, World War II, and with the day of 9th of May. This day has become a cult and is been now used against our country, obviously. So we don't know how this memorialization and this memorial complex, if we were to speak about it, could be used by future generations of politicians who will be ruling our country in 20, 30, 40 years in the future. So I think we shall deal with this question with great caution.
I think both of these, both of these approaches, yes. But for me, for my practice, the view on the landscape as the protagonist, not only merely the archive or memory science, is crucial. I'm interested in developing this idea of landscape as a protagonism, and I consider this like the speculation of second level, because landscape initially is a construction, and when you treat it like protagonist, like the hero, it's the second level of speculation. But and that's why I also feel landscape as a kind of omen, like predictions of the future, not only landscape about the past moments. And the most interesting thing for me is why and how. So the question is not about projecting agency into matter or anthropomorphizing things, but this is a question about why and how in landscape do we encounter alien, the other, and how the sensitivity developed through encounters could be applied to another encounters with another non-human things, because I really think that landscape carries these non-human dimensions. And yes, that's why I think this speculation is not about fantasy, but about willingness to imagine the kind of form of intelligence and sensibility that is structured otherwise than human, and about interaction with these forms of sensibility.
Доброго дня, я буду говорити українською, так мені буде простіше сформулювати своє питання. Я маю питання до пана Станіслава, і я в руках тримаю вашу книгу. Розділ 15 «Мишвіль. Писати всупереч». Тут ви пишете, тут приводиться один з перших ваших рукописів, про які ви сьогодні згадували. Усі ми лабораторні миші, нас годують, б'ють струмом, іноді водять купати. Шлях у Мишвіль – це підвал МДБ ДНР, у кожного свій. Я йшов до нього довгі 3 роки. Втім, наручники, що замкнулися в центрі Донецька, лише підтвердили давню слушну думку. Іноді вважаєш, що все добре, а хтось уже риє тобі могилу.
So I will ask my question in Ukrainian. It would be more comfortable for me to do it this way. So I have a question to you, Stanislav. I'm holding your book in my hands, and I would like to quote one of the chapters from the book. It is chapter 15, and there one may find a quote from that very first manuscript that you have mentioned previously, and it goes about inmates of Izolatia being like these laboratory mice who are being struck with electricity, then they are being fed, and then some experiments they are being subject to other activities.
Конкретно стосується цієї фрази, іноді вважаєш, що все добре, а хтось уже риє тобі могилу.
And there is a sentence, sometimes it seems to you that everything is fine, but at the very same time there is another person making a grave for you. So this is a sentence I would like to ask you about.
Коли я приїжджав до України вже після 2014 року, але до повномасштабного вторгнення, я живу вже довгий час в Німеччині, і я помічав, що українська діаспора дуже, для нас була дуже присутня війна. Ми були дуже активні в тому, щоб підтримувати Україну конкретними справами. І коли приїжджав в Україну, мене дивувало, що в великих містах війна не відчувалася, і мої знайомі, однокласники казали, це там, десь там.
I actually have been living in Germany for quite a while, and since that time I have been to Ukraine sometimes, and I can compare the time after 2014, between 2014 and 2022. I can say that Ukrainian diaspora is really active and has been really active in supporting Ukraine since 2014, and the war has since then been very present for us, Ukrainians living in Germany. But when I came to Ukraine and I watched people in big cities, and I heard what my friends and other people I knew told me, they said, well, the war, where is the war? It's somewhere there, it's not here.
Після повномасштабного вторгнення це, звичайно, змінилося, і велика кількість людей в Україні зрозуміла, побачила, наскільки це було близько. І в мене є при цьому відчуття, що умовно безпечний простір перенісся далі на захід. Наприклад, сюди, в Німеччину, де наразі все ж таки схоже, що більшість суспільства не усвідомлює, наскільки це реально і близько.
And my perception is that for sure after 2022 people in Ukraine realized how close the war had been all this time to them, and now the war is very present all over Ukraine. And I have the feeling that this relatively safe space has moved to the west, and now Germany is kind of the safe space of pre-full-scale invasion time. Like now in Germany, people are saying, okay, it is somewhere there, so they are like not realizing really what is going on and how close this war can be to them.
Через це моє питання. На вашу думку, чи можливо вже з вашого досвіду спілкування з журналістами і такого типу зустрічей, чи можливо загалом великому загалу суспільству донести це відчуття, наскільки близько ця загроза, і відповідно мобілізувати це суспільство без того, щоб воно було напряму зачеплено? Чи загалом це неможливо, поки не горить вже, і варто просто сконцентруватися на активній меншості і працювати з нею? Дякую.
Hence my question, out of your experience of your communication with multiple journalists and so on and so forth, how do you think, is it actually possible to persuade the general publicity of the idea that the war can be really close to them and respectively mobilize this society without it being directly touched by the warfare? Or if it is impossible, maybe it is worthwhile to concentrate on the active part of the society which is mobilized by itself.
Ні, це неможливо, і я тому саме концентруюсь завжди на аудиторії, яка дотична до, скажімо, культурних чи політичних кіл тієї чи іншої країни, в даному випадку Німеччини, які можуть щось змінити у важливій політичній кон'юнктурі. Але якщо казати загально про націю тієї чи іншої країни, звісно, наприклад, у мене точно немає ілюзій, що своїм досвідом я можу пояснити, що Росія безпосередньо загрожує в тому числі і німецькій безпеці, коли, поки що, слава Богу, в Німеччині все добре.
No, I believe this is impossible, and this is the reason why I concentrate my efforts on the audience that has directly to do with the cultural scene or political scene of this sad country. In this case, this is Germany. I mean the circles or the people who directly can influence the political events or political directions of the sad country. If we were to speak about the broader publicity, in my deepest believe it is impossible to persuade people that Russia is a threat even for the German safety. I don't have any illusion that even speaking of my own experience, it could be possible to persuade the broader publicity of it.
Тут не потрібно мого прикладу. Голова німецької розвідки заявив відносно недавно, що не дуже велика вірогідність зіткнення з Росією, прямого зіткнення з Росією в Німеччині до 2030 року. Я не думаю, що ці слова якимось чином корелюються з поведінкою німецького народу. Тобто змінилось щось всередині політичних кіл, і Німеччина почала переозброюватись і більше витрачати на свою оборону. Це тільки зараз, у 2025-му почалось. Але загально серед німців я не думаю, що є якась навіть напруженість щодо цих слів.
And I don't even need to take my own example. We can remember the head of the intelligence service of Germany stating that Russia can be a direct threat to the German safety till 2030. And I don't believe, again, that these words of these statesmen were of any influence to the broader publicity in Germany. For sure, the highest political level have decided something differently, and now the Germany is producing more weapons and trying to weaponize itself. And it happened only now in 2025. But I don't think that there is even a tension in the society in this respect.
Let's take the very last question. You want it, yeah? But in English without quoting Stas.
Thank you. My name is Mateusz Kapuska. I'm an art historian from University of Zurich and Freie Universität Berlin. I have to say that I'm very impressed by this question to Jana. Very impressed by your photographs, which show landscapes, and there is, of course, a certain interplay between tragedy and aesthetics. And I had to think, of course, also in these days of Sebastião Salgado, who also implied this kind of interplay in order to construct an argument in terms of climate change, devastation, exploitation, and so on. But it was aesthetically framed. And my question pertains to exactly the question of aesthetics or of form, because landscape was invented as a kind of answer to the need of the sublime, of overwhelming scenery and philosophical, aesthetical experience in front of what is unbearable also. But landscapes have frames in order to be able to seen as landscapes. You also put frames, multiple frames onto your photographs, but at the same time you use collage. And I don't know if I'm right, but I see in this practice of yours a kind of hint that it is about a photograph showing location. It's assumed, it's a very precise location, but at the same time the question of unbearable scenery elevates it, of course, onto a universal level, which defies location. And in how far it's of course basic question of form, beyond the content actually, but in how far this tension between the frame and the framelessness, the location and the refusal of location in terms of universality of what has happened is at stake in your photographs. Thank you.
Oh, it's a really very interesting question. I use with real terrains marked by real histories and political conflicts and so on, but I really tend to explore this kind of doubling, or how you say this, universalization of this language of landscape, because I think it's because to articulate, to use imagining and speculation and so, but in the purpose to articulate some real things which you encounter in this landscape. But as an artist, you can improvise in your means how to articulate these real encounters, and that's why I use this collage and other instruments. Yes, I don't know how to elaborate on this.
Okay, maybe you can elaborate during our break. Now I would like to use the very last second for saying thank you to you, of course, to our speakers, to Anna, to Stas, to Jana, but also to the team of our project group at the Federal Center of Civic Education, to Hanna, to Mikhailo, to Gordy, to our inspiring head, Katerina. Yeah. And thanks for your work. You made this event and this panel in particular possible. And you are kindly invited to the get together taking place in another space of Taz Kantine. But you are also invited to the next panel afterwards. Thank you so much and bon appétit.
the panel that is dedicated to images of violence and violence of images. We already in the previous panel through Jana's presentation, we heard quite a bit about images and violence. But we would like to investigate this relationship between images and violence a little bit more thorough in this third panel. And we are doing this because images and violence obviously form a very long-standing relationship. And this relationship is mostly regarded, I believe, from two perspectives. The first perspective is that from violence against images. And from this perspective unfolds kind of like a very long or seaming endlessly narrative of iconoclasm. And from the iconoclastic perspective, a picture poses a threat. A visual representation presents an offense or maybe a danger. It jeopardizes an existing order, and thus it has to be destroyed, eliminated, or maybe only banned. This history of iconoclasm evolves as a kind of image war, one might say, and it is being fought against visual representations as being false or being unfaithful, untruthful, or even fetish-like. And now, while this first perspective is the perspective from the violence against images, the second perspective is more like one that supposes that there is a violence that is rooted within the image itself. And this can entail violence that is being caused or that is being stimulated by a picture, a violence that is being triggered by a picture. But it also assumes that pictures kind of possess a specific force, or to put it more neutrally, that pictures possess a specific agency. And this agency is very often being addressed as being performative or as being effective or as being energetic. The two perspectives, like the image war, the war that is being fought against images, and the image war, like the war that is being fought with images, this is only a very rough and schematic juxtaposition, of course, and we will talk about it maybe much more, or our panelists will talk about it much more nuanced. But it helps us maybe to understand that even though that these two perspectives share a certain kind of assumption, and that is the fact that image making, image processing, and image perception is an extremely powerful mechanism. And that this very powerful mechanism needs a very specific critique of the image. And what we would like to attempt today is to test the ground for this kind of critique of the image, in that we investigate how violence is being inscribed into images, how violence can be transcribed through images, and how sometimes maybe images prescribe violence. And in order to investigate this, we've invited three panelists. I would like to start with Lesia Kulczynska, who is a curator and visual studies researcher. She graduated from Kiev Mohyla Academy with a PhD degree in film studies, and she's since then taught and curated in the field of visual and media studies. She also taught on violence on images. She's worked with the Visual Culture Research Center in Kiev, with the Pinchuk Art Center and the Set Independent Art Space. Later, she continued her research also abroad at New York University, at the Hertziana Library, and since 2024, she's been a fellow with the Netherlands Institute for Advanced Studies in the Humanities and Social Sciences, where she works on a project that is specifically dedicated to today's topic, a project on visuality and violence during the Russo-Ukrainian War. And she has also published several essays on this topic, an essay on the weaponization of visuality. And in 2023, I believe she also presented at the Berlin Transmediale on the dark matter of image, a presentation where she investigated how the war, the ongoing war, is structured as a spectacle. Today she will talk about the necropolitics of the image. Our second panelist is Mykola Ridnyi, an artist, filmmaker, author of essays on art and politics, and also a curator, originally based in Kharkiv and then later in Kiev. Mykola is now teaching at Berlin's University of Art at the College of Fine Arts. Mykola's work is deeply concerned with interferences of visuality and violence, which he traces through several topics, very often through the topic of limited vision, most famously maybe in his project, in his ongoing project, Blind Spot. And I believe the Berlin audience might remember this it was 2014, wasn't it, when you covered the, an entire house with one of the images from this project during his DAAD residency here in Berlin. Another project is about gradual loss of vision, which is a project on how public attention sometimes focuses on violence, but also that the violence drifts out of focus as soon as media attention fades. What concerns Mykola's research into visuality and violence most is something that we've touched upon already in the previous panel when Jana spoke about reenactments of violence and how art is maybe not about restoring a previous unharmed space, but that art is very much about also distortion. And this is also a huge concern for Mykola, who constantly tries to find means to deal with violence in art, to reflect upon violence in art without repeating it, without reproducing it, without without imposing a state of new violence. Today, Mykola will speak about a work from 2021, Speck in the Eye, which is about the physiological war. Today's presentation is, Thiel's presentation is going to be dedicated to the visual dynamics of anti-Semitism. And Thiel has been working on fascism for quite a long time. In 2010, he had a project on the fascist kindergarten. And since October 23, he has been focused on analyzing what he calls, or what he has called in a recent essay for the journal Sans Phrase, the meta-psychology of the anti-Semitic image, which is what he is going to speak about today. So we will start now with Thiel's presentation, then Mykola will present, and afterwards Lesja, and we will have a discussion after all three presentations. So no discussion in between presentations, but first you'll hear all three panelists speak. Otherwise you can take mine.
Now it's on. Okay. So, yeah, thank you. Good evening. I'm immensely happy and humbled also to be on this podium and to see Lesja again and Mykola. And we did, have met 10 years ago, which is crazy somehow. And I tried to talk about parts of my research which I basically started around October 7th or in the immediate aftermath of it. And I'm particularly concerned with the question of what constitutes an anti-Semitic image. And the questions related to that, of course, are what is anti-Semitism and what is an image, two quite big questions, but I think relate to tonight's theme of violence of images in that respect, that anti-Semitic images really serve as a pretext of violence, and I try to analyze how images transform into violence, and that's where I start the presentation, because I thought, okay, so I have two examples, basically. One is a bit more methodological, the other one is more historical, and this one I want to start with is an image of the title page of the statutes of the League of Anti-Semites, which was founded in 1880, basically just down the street, close to Moritzplatz. And I wanted to start with an image produced by this association, which I consider as a self-portrait of the anti-Semite or the association. So I'll briefly read this. The Association of Non-Jewish Men, founded under the name League of Anti-Semites, Antisemitenliga, aims to bring together non-Jewish Germans of all religious denominations and social backgrounds into a united and intimate alliance. This alliance shall, setting aside all particular interests and political differences, pursue with all energy, seriousness, and diligence the one goal to salvage our German fatherland from total Jewification, Verjudung in German, and making life tolerable again for the descendants of its original inhabitants, Urbewohner in the German original. So my practice is a attempt to work with the images and try to get into the images and try to analyze them from within. So this self-portrait of this movement of the descendants of original inhabitants is basically a framework and thus in itself an image. And it creates this image of the united and intimate alliance, setting aside particular interests, political and religious differences. And it has a direction, basically. It pursues with all energy and seriousness the one goal, the salvation from total Jewification. So this image of total Jewification for the self-portrait of this association is basically separating the descendants from the original inhabitants. So we have a relation of loss and an idea of an image that evokes an act of self-defense. So this has a psychodynamic dimension. The Jewification is, of course, like a demonic image of an evil force, a power or a principle behind the mask of violence of modern society. And so there's a demonization of that image and an idealization of the lost image of the Urbewohner or the original inhabitants. And the descendants are somehow in a state of search and guilt. So there's an impulse which kind of evokes the idea of action and calls for action. Briefly on the dynamic of gaze, basically in this image, the separation, the Jewification creates, basically sets up an image of the separating force of this evil entity or principle, and it's basically a gaze behind the mask, from above, surveilling, controlling, confining, basically looking downwards on the descendants. When we think of the original inhabitants, they gaze forward in a demanding way to the the descendants, basically. So that's a sense of guilt to fulfill what was there before the Jewish principle took over and destroyed the original image. So we have a dynamic of the descendants basically looking upwards to the evil gaze, looking backwards to the original image, to the original inhabitants, and looking forward to the future, which should solve the problem, basically. So, and I'd say, if we think about this imaginative dimension of it, we have the Jew, the image of the Jew. When I say Jew, I mean I'm always speaking about the figure of the Jew in the imagination of the anti-Semite, and as an object onto which violence is transcribed, and that's I think important. So we have this idealist state of original peace and purity, the original self, and a state of self-defense, a just cause, the good intentions, the necessary violence, as a pretext to violence against the Jew. So the separation of an image of origin, image of struggle, and the image of the Jew is basically a projection of the own aggressions and guilt, feelings of guilt on the figure of the Jew. So if I transform this framework into a spatial dimension, we could say that anti-Semitism, maybe, or an association of anti-Semites, is a space in which images are accumulated and circulated according to its logic and dynamic. A space in which different audiences and actors communicate with the help of the circulated images they produce. So I thought of it, maybe it helps to introduce the metaphor of the theater, where we have on the one hand the stage, the so-called fourth wall, which separates the audience from the stage, and the exit in the back door. But it's kind of a theater in which the audience creates the play, in which feelings, effects are staged, and in which the staged images are then transformed back into feelings and affects. So it's kind of an echo chamber in that respect. And it's designed to be like that, to kind of intensify the images produced in this form of association. So in that respect, one could say what happens on the stage is kind of an image objectification, expressions of different fantasies, images, and within the audience, you could say there's an image perception of those objectifications, and at the same time an image production in the same of, to use psychoanalytical terms, projection and paranoia. So I give an example of an anti-Semitic caricature from the magazine Der Stürmer, the famous Nazi magazine from 1930, where you can see the idealized image, the past in the background as the village, which lies there in such idyllic way, and then you have the spider web separating the beholder from this ideal state. And then you have the principle of Jewification there pictured in a spider that basically eats the peasants which before that lived peacefully in the village. So coming back to the theater metaphor, I'd say the the image of origin is basically setting the stage. It constitutes the stage on which the image is projected, and the image projected is, of course, an image of struggle, where the audience can identify with the struggling peasants, and thus can react to those feelings and affects. So this struggle basically can be solved in two ways. Basically, there's victory and salvation, the reunification with the origin, or the total Jewification feared by the association of the anti-Semites. That would be an occupation and the destruction of the origin through the Jewish principle. So when we think of theater, we could think of two forms of catharsis in that respect. We could think of pleasant feelings, people watching a play and enjoying the attack against the imaginary object that evokes laughter or shouting. And the other option would be to act out and to attack against the actual object depicted. And I think that would be the moment where the image basically transforms into violence. So you see, I'm shifting this diagram out of the frame to look for the exit of the theater. Towards the exit, that would be that point where the projection of the struggle is no longer projected into the image, but results in a transformation of the imagined struggle into action. And so if we go back to the example, there's the Jew using the net and the victim being caught. And then that very important moment, the reversal of this projection into action. So the Jew using the net becomes the Jew being caught. The victim being caught becomes the victim using the net, supposedly in self-defense. Right? That's the reversal of the projection onto the Jew, and it's realized in the act of acting out against the real object. So we could, in that respect, consider the League of Anti-Semites as a network. And so where you have the image of Jewification, in that example, the Jew using the net and the victim being caught, and then you have a network acting against the victim using the net would be the network of a united and intimate alliance, setting aside political differences, pursuing with all energy the one goal to salvage from total Jewification. So, and I wonder, I think for the sake of our time in the panel, it might be good to stop here and to save the whole historical part, talking about the elders, the protocols of the elders of science, which actually I chose because it relates in a way to the history of Ukraine in terms of the Tsarist, the Russian Empire, in which the protocols were basically created or forged, and it relates to questions of anti-Semitic violence in Ukraine, and then one could show that this book, which I consider as one of the most influential books of the 20th century, seeps out of this context where it's instrumentalized against the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. It seeps out into the world and becomes a really influential book in the during the 20th century, and a quite fatal development. But maybe I can come back to it later or something, or you just read about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Till, for this presentation. And as I said before, we're not going to discuss this right now. We will be discussing later, and Mikola will continue.
Where is our remote control?
Still has it. The remote control.
Yeah, so it's been, as Till you mentioned, we met around 10 years ago, so it's been 10 years since Russia annexed Ukrainian Crimea, ignited war in eastern regions of Ukraine, which later led to a full-scale invasion in 2022. Therefore, I would like to speak not only about dimension of violence which taking place in a physical space on the ground, but also about the image of violence, its visuality, because in a way, any war, it's the war of images also, not only the war of weapons. The image of violence today spreads simultaneously all over the world. It's spreading shock, affection. It's also being manipulated by different types of political propaganda. And after all, it's also leaving people with a certain adaptation to its visionary and create some sort of addiction to some people. Whereas the main problem that when it's happening again and again, it's vanishing very important thing, which is compassion. Compassion towards the others. So at least for last 10 years, I question myself how artists can speak about violence without letting its brutal visionary into the work of art. And my research, which led to a number of photographic series and films, was based on, let's say, very physical side of things. So ability and disability to see in terms of science of human vision, which is ophthalmology, as we know. Because there is no other part of human body but our eyes, which would connect our perception of visual information, emotions, with thoughts and reflections. So the images you see right now on the screen was made as a result of my research of the microscopic images of the eye structures in the ophthalmology department of one public hospitals. So I came across these images showing on a very big zoom made with a microscope these structures which can remind you, it can remind someone the landscape, can remind an ornament, but it's nothing but the images of eyes with injuries caused by external forces. So what was interesting to me in this image is that it consists this certain dichotomy between something really brutal and something really scary even to think about, and a certain beauty of these images. Because for some reason, when it comes not to real violence but to fiction, it's actually quite enjoyable, and this is why we all watch these action movies, horror movies, and etc. But the little patches you can spot on these images is actually something very real. The work is called "The Speck in the Eye," and it's literally specks in the eye. Let me show you another close-up image. This is actually not the real one, it's a scan which I made from the ophthalmological atlas. But the following images is those which I made by myself using a microscope in the medical laboratory. So my research in the social and political dimension of this project actually started from Ukraine. And we need to go back to 2013 and Maidan revolution in Kiev and also in other cities of Ukraine. So there was this interesting case with the guy whose name Alexander Melnik. He is he's some sort of religious painter. So this is his painting with using the eyes from religious iconography, and the phrase is saying, "I see your accomplishments, human being." So what he did, he made some kind of a poster out of his canvas and went to the public protest. And why it is interesting, because what happened later is that actually the police, when it was shooting the crowd with rubber bullets, occasionally shot this canvas right in the eye. But what I will tell you about after this is actually less metaphorical, but much more brutal, because later I researched about many different cases in the world where people were shot in their eyes during the public protests by police or military, and many of them actually completely lost their vision. One of the craziest cases happened in Santiago, Chile, when civil protests developed around 2019, 2020 in response to rise of metro subway fares, also increasing corruption in Chile and cost of living. So at the protest, lots of people were shot in the eye with the rubber bullets, and the data from the National Institute of Human Rights saying that 1,863 people were injured and 268 people had a serious eye problems. Among the injured, and 29 people completely lost their vision after the police aggression. The image you've seen before was taken during the flash mob among the activists who rised in the new wave of the protest to support
the victims of police brutality wearing these eye patches. And I will show you different examples from different parts of the world, and in each example, people who came to support the victims showed very different types of activism and creativity. Then next case I think is particularly interesting. Wait a second. It's Hong Kong. So in 2019, there was a protest in Hong Kong because China wanted to pass the bill which would allow Hong Kongers to be extradited to China, which raised lots of fear among the citizens. And a medical worker was shot in the eye during that protest, after which lots of activists organized a massive public, they blocked the Hong Kong's airport. And you can see them on the image with the poster saying an eye for an eye. And I think another interesting example for tonight's discussion is actually about Palestine. So in 2019, before the brutal attack of Hamas to Israeli people in 2023, and after the Israeli response, which is in my opinion nothing but a genocide of civilians in Gaza, and I'm saying this as half Ukrainian, half Jewish person. There was a case when Israeli snipers were shooting at the protesters in the West Bank city of Hebron, and a Palestinian videographer whose name Moat Amareh has been blinded that way. That resulted in the way of the support actions which took place already not on the street, but in the media, resulted in a series of flash mobs of different users of social media, but also in the TV live broadcasts. Somehow, many of these cases associated with extreme conflicts taking place in the world, but it actually happened even in countries which we think are free and democratic countries, like during the Yellow Vest protests in France. To be honest, it was not so different from Chile in the number of speaking of the number of victims. Yeah, so 283 people were injured by rubber bullets in their eyes, and 24 people completely lost their vision in France. It's also interesting that the resulted protest was demanding to fight for justice and to ban these weapons of war. And that might sound extreme, but LBDS weapons, when exported, fall under the same international classification as weapons of war. So the weapons which French police used at the protests. All of these cases also related to different types of weaponry. It was also quite extreme in Kashmir, the territory which recently outburned again between India and Pakistan, whereas in 2016 Indian military largely used pellet guns. So if you know how pellet works, so it's basically the bullet with lots of small metal fractions which just go all over in the air. And depending from what distance the person is shot, it can go really deeply under your skin. And speaking of such parts of the body as eyes, of course, a person can be easily blinded. What exactly happened in Kashmir, particularly with kids and teenagers. So this is why this poster is saying don't pellet my exams. Yeah, so the initial reasons for these protests in like very different cases in very different countries and contexts has very different reasons. But what is interesting, first of all, to me is when people started to wear these eye patches and use image of a human eye on posters and drawings to support victims of violence, some media reacted with the term blind protests to these events. And this label, which I really don't like, the label blind protest, was applied to people who actually, despite the violence blinding them, demanded justice. That I think is the paradox of this situation. People try to occupy not only streets, but as you saw, TV channels and social media with demands or phrases like "you can take our eyes." This is the quote, but we still see the truth. So with this line, I think I would like to finish my presentation.
Thank you, Mikko. By the way, you're sitting on your microphone. Okay, so thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity of being here, and I'm really impressed by both presentations that preceded mine, and I just discovered that my presentation will really resonate with what Mykola just told, although from a bit different angle probably. Can I have this? Yeah, so I will read, not to occupy too much time. I will read the text that was kind of the writing of which was triggered very much by the death of Ukrainian journalist Victoria Amelina, who was tortured and murdered in a Russian prison as a Ukrainian prisoner of war. But also, this text was inspired very much by the book by Stanislav Aseev, who presented in the previous panel, and I will be referring to this book many times. Yes, so it kind of connects the several parts of our event today. Okay, so this is the epigraph to my talk. The quote from Susan Zonton that I really like. So when Russia started its occupation of Donetsk in 2014 and established its proxy government there, one of the first things this new power did was seizure of the mature Donetsk art center called Izolatia, which we talked a little bit about today. A group of armed men simply entered the territory of this institution, showing a piece of paper stating that the place now belonged to the Donetsk People Republic authorities. Leonid Baranov, how to use it? Yeah, this is this guy, Leonid Baranov, a head of so-called Special Committee of DNR, which started quartering in Izolatia after the art center was expelled, commented on the seizure of the institution in this video interview which he gave to Russian Forbes. He said, "This is the same plant, because Izolatia art center was located on the plant. So he said, this is the same plant about which they say that it was almost the center of the world art, which we allegedly occupied. Considering what kind of art it was impossible not to occupy it, he said. To prove the rightfulness of their invasion, Baranov chose to focus on Boris Mikhailov's book, which he found in Izolatia library. Flipping the pages of the book in front of the camera, he said, "Those people hate everything Slavic, everything Russian. Therefore, we could not watch all this and stand aside." Another guy whose nickname was Mongol, who was also one of these militants who occupied Izolatia, commented on the art of the Izolatia. "It's an art of these European integrated Maidan people. Let them practice this art on their Maidan until we get there." That's how he commented on the artworks of Izolatia and also on their destruction. So, taking the Izolatia premises under their control, the new administration, first of all, destroyed all the artworks, which epitomized, as Mongol and Baranov assumed, the Maidan's people hatred of everything Slavic and Russian. Cleared of the artworks, Izolatia was turned into a torture prison. The violence against images was followed, as you described earlier, by the violence against people. Stanislav Aseyev described his experience of detention in Izolatia in his truly remarkable book, The Torture Camp on Paradise Street. He wrote that the main rule of the prison is a strict prohibition to observe. In Izolatia, I'm quoting, "In Izolatia, we were ordered not to look at the windows, never mind that they were painted over, or at the CCTV camera, or at the tray slot, the small opening in the door through which the guards delivered food. Because each of these objects was located on a different wall, we were compelled to stare straight ahead in space or at the floor, silently and without moving. Despite the fact that the administration staff of Izolatia wears balaclavas covering their faces, during the encounters with them, the prisoners always have to have plastic bags on their heads. Those bags are handed to them immediately upon arrival and should be carefully preserved. As soon as the door opens, Aseyev wrote, everyone in the cell jumps to their feet, pulls the bag over their heads, places their hands behind their backs, and turn to face the window," writes Aseyev. The self-proclaimed authorities reserve the right to look for themselves, while those who are conquered should remain in the position of the object, exposed and accessible for the gaze, but never returning it. It's tempting to interpret the elaborate illusion of being seen established by the prison administration as an expression of inability to endure the gaze of the other, already manifested by them in the destruction of the artworks. Yet, first of all, it is of course a clear sign of their criminal activity. This uneven distribution of the right to look, which is designed to set up and secure the power of the Izolatia authorities, at the same time exposed its illegitimacy and infirmity. The same visual dispositif is established on all Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine. My friend who visited Kherson after the occupation wrote on her Instagram, "In the eyes of everyone I met was something that is quite hard to describe. The traces of fear these people lived with for many months. People were talking about hiding their phones in the underwear while going out, about avoiding looking at the Russians. You could be taken only for that. The heavy regulations of sight established by the Russian invaders are rooted, obviously, in the fear of insurgency and reprisal." According to visual culture theorist Nicholas Mirzoev, the prohibition to look is inherent to the visual regime of slavery. I think it's here. Visual organization of the Atlantic plantation machine, Mirzoev writes, implied that overseers punished eye service by the enslaved, meaning unauthorized eye contact indicating insubordination. The visual regime of slavery, described by Mirzoev, discloses the mechanism of imposition of colonial power. authority's presumed origin in legality is in fact one of force, the enforcement of law, epitomized in this context by the commodification of the person as a forced labor, that is slavery, writes Mirzoev. The law of the colonial rule can only be violently enforced and therefore can never be legitimate. Aimed at protecting self-proclaimed authorities from retribution, the violence in response to the gaze of the oppressed is a form of recognition of the illegitimacy of colonial rule. The gaze of the oppressed is a threat because it is a hostile gaze. Everything it sees can be used against the oppressor. The most extreme form of such regulation was imposed in Bucha. I'm quoting. They told us that where we are going, there are a lot of civilians walking around. And they gave us order to kill everyone we see. Russian soldier named Sergei told his girlfriend in the phone call intercepted by the Ukrainian security. Why the fuck? Asked his girlfriend. Because, replied Sergei, they might give away our positions. End of quote. So the very capacity to look is already threatening to the invaders to such an extent that the one who possesses it should be eliminated immediately. This prohibition to look is coupled with the all-encompassing surveillance. I'm quoting Mirzoev now. In the mythology of slavery, the overseer magically knew and saw everything that transpired on the plantation. Whether it was true or not, this perception of being constantly watched was what overseers intended, wrote Mirzoev. Describing the surveillance regime of Izolatia, Aseyev wrote, "Sometimes we felt like we were in the middle of an experiment. The utter unreality of what was happening and being filmed with a dozen cameras would make us believe that." Describing the most terrifying tortures, he emphasizes, and all of it is documented, all of it is captured. There is a camera in each cell, in each solitary, in every basement. To photograph people is to violate them by seeing them as they never see themselves. It turns people into objects that can be symbolically possessed, wrote Susan Sontag. The prisoners, deprived of the right to look, were turned into a spectacle, or, as Sontag would say, into objects that can be possessed. Even if one got released from imprisonment or was simply killed there, his or her image remains the property of the perpetrators. It didn't matter who or what you were before coming here, wrote Aseyev. In the weird movie, filmed in the prison's cameras, you are captured in the role of a prisoner, a defeated enemy, or convicted criminal. By transforming individuals into characters of a torture horror documentary, the self-proclaimed authorities classify reality in their own manner, individualize and the order enforced by them. While the modes of utilization of this extensive video archive of violence produced at the Izolatia torture camp are still to be explored, at least part of the footage produced there is known to be used by the Russian state-controlled media channels. According to the testimonies of the former prisoners, after hours of torture, they were offered to read or retell in their own words the text provided to them by the executors in front of the camera. Those videos are being circulated on the official Russian TV channels, but also via different Russian state-controlled Telegram channels. The Izolatia prison is not a unique place of Russian image production of this kind. Filtration camps, detention centers in the temporary occupied territories, and regular Russian prisons where Ukrainian hostages are jailed function as the extension of the Russian media complex. Torture rooms operates simultaneously as a machine for extracting information from people and as a mise-en-scène for Russian propaganda TV, which broadcasts information placed forcibly into the mouths and bodies of disposable war subjects. These subjects are compelled to articulate messages or confessions by means of electric current, water torture, rape, hunger, broken bones, and cut flesh, wrote media scholar Svetlana Matvienko. Among such footage, there is a forced address of the famous Ukrainian journalist Victoria Roshchina, where she says that the Russian armed forces saved her life and health. It was recorded by Russian prison guards, this video that you see the still from it. So this video was recorded by Russian prison guards after Victoria was captured and forcefully detained in Berdyansk in exchange for her release. After her release, she wrote a report about her detention, where she described how she was locked and interrogated by the members of Russia's Federal Security Service, beaten and threatened to be killed or to send to prison if she refused to collaborate. I quote, "We have no morals, we don't know any law. If you are buried somewhere here, no one will ever know and no one will ever find you." She quoted her interrogator's words in her report. She refused to work for FSB and announced a hunger strike. After a week of a strike, when she could barely move, FSB people proposed that she read the text written by them on camera to get released, and she accepted the offer. This coercively recorded video was widely circulated across Russian social media as evidence of Russia's humane treatment of war prisoners. A bit more than a year after her release, Roshina traveled again to the occupied territories to report on the detention and torture facilities in the city of Energodar. She was captured again. In May 2024, after nearly 1 month without any news about her, Russian authorities confirmed that Roshina had been detained at the territory of Russian Federation. Her dead body was returned by Russia to Ukraine in February 2025 with numerous signs of torture. Colonial rule is described by Mirzoev as a metamorphosis machine. The metamorphosis is enacted by the gaze of the colonizer, who does not see everything there is to see, but instead projects his own colonial reality onto the visible, while any failure to conform to this reality is corrected with violence, he writes. This gaze, backed up with the infrastructure of violence, transforms humans into things, tools or instruments of production. The Russian occupational coercion media complex is a material manifestation of such metamorphosis machine. Although Russian propaganda is usually described in terms of disinformation or manipulation or manipulated content aimed at deceiving the audience, here we face a new modality of image production, which exceeds the logic of fake. It is no longer the case of a manipulated representation. What is altered and manipulated is not the image, but the very source of it, the living human being. The representation produced by the coercive media machine doesn't mirror, mimic, or imitate reality. On the contrary, reality is being forced to mimic the representation. The body is being forced to provide a material referent to a hollow signifier of propaganda. Russian media, in this case, functions not as a tool of representing or misrepresenting reality, but as a coercive machine aimed at subjugating reality to representation. The infrastructure of detention facilities, the labor of the executors who torture the detainees, and the entire coercion apparatus that endowed the torturer with power function as a constitutive part of the Russian media apparatus. This violence-backed spectacle is not even aimed at being plausible. It is not to persuade or incline. It is to manifest the power over the visible, the power to secure a certain vision of reality. The media image produced with the means of violence claims truth not through trust or plausibility, but through force. These kinds of images represent nothing else but the power to define the visible, where the visible is what is inscribed on matter by force. The truth is what was rendered visible through violence. Within the Russian occupational apparatus, humans are used as an instrument and as a source of image extraction. The coerced labor of the Russian concentration camps' prisoners, as well as inhabitants of the occupied territories, is to perform in the media spectacle of so-called Russian world. As an instrument of labor, the slave has a price. As a property, he or she has a value. His or her labor is needed and used. The slave is therefore kept alive, but in a state of injury, in a phantom-like world of horrors and intense cruelty and profanity, wrote Achille Mbembe in his seminal essay on necropolitics. While Mbembe is focused more on the slave's status as a source of financial value, he briefly and quite enigmatically mentions the strange capacity of the slave's body to be an unlimited source of semiogenesis. I'm quoting, treated as if he or she no longer existed, except as a mere tool of an instrument of production, the slave, nevertheless, is able to draw almost any object, instrument, language, or gesture into a performance and then stylize it, he writes. As if being deprived of any identity, a slave's body turns into a perfect simulation machine. Being turned into nobody, a slave could be anybody. In the article Producing the Subject of Deportation, Filtration Process During the Russia-Ukrainian War, Daria Hetmanova and Svetlana Matvienko describe the experience of filtration conveyed to them by their interviewee Natalia, and particularly the feeling of desubjectivation. They register how in the process of deportation from occupied Mariupol, I'm quoting, Natalia felt a complete loss of control over the situation, and her sense of self was lost too. She felt carried away by the will of others, suppressing her own will, just like a body, not her body, that's her words. While seated on the floor in the military Ural trucks, among others, I'm quoting, Natalia stopped feeling as a person, and the sense of total indifference about the entire situation filled her up. Someone said they felt like captives or slaves, they report. Natalia describes how in the filtration camp in Bezimenne village of the Novoazovsky region, before being interrogated, each person was photographed from different angles. And what is interesting that in particularly they were photographed from above. This picture from above, needed apparently for the drone recognition of the person, is the essence of occupational visuality. The predatory gaze from above, which desubjectivizes the person by turning her into a target, into a form of death in life, in Member's words, is a crucial condition of the occupational metamorphosis. The body turned into a target becomes just a body, a pure surface, a malleable visual substance ready for the semantic transformation. Because the slave's life is like a thing possessed by another person, the slave's existence appears a perfect figure of a shadow, writes Member. The body, coercively turned into an image, becomes a ghost of it, a leftover of the representation, attached to it as a shadow. The occupational apparatus of surveillance and violence is aimed at keeping the bodies in this shadow state, as a silent, desolate material residue confined to its representations, possessed and controlled by the power. And yet, the ghost's fate is to haunt, to corrode the surface of the visible with its persistent presence, to threaten the settled meanings. I'm quoting Aseyev again. A man discovers who he is through the experience of being seen by another, wrote Stanislav Aseyev, reflecting on the only source of power left to him in prison, which was the power to see his perpetrators and mirror back to them what they were to him. The bodies of those enslaved into images of Russian propaganda still possesses the vision. Under their gaze, the opaque disguise of the self-proclaimed masters petrifies, revealing the criminals waiting for retribution. While the body of Victoria Roshchina was returned to Ukraine from Russian prison, it was mislabeled as unidentified male and lacked various parts of the body, including the brain, eyeballs, and the part of the trachea, the organs which enable seeing, thinking, and speaking. Restricting her freedom and even taking her life was not enough. Her perpetrators removed her organs of comprehension and expression as if horrified by her very ability to see and to know what they are. And yet, even deprived of life and organs, her body, I believe, is an eye through which we can see the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesia. Thank you, all of you. We're running really late already. I do not see the person responsible here for... Do we have like 5 minutes for at least one round of questions? Okay, thank you so much. So we just do one round of questions. I'm sorry, we need to be brief now. Lesia, let me start with you, because you were just, this is very fresh now what you presented. This was a very impressive, I don't know, reconstruction of the visual regime of coloniality, so to speak, and of the visual abuse that is taking place in colonialism, or under the conditions of a colonial war. In the very ending, you opened up just a very brief glimpse upon what can be done about it, and you kind of, you formed this under the metaphor, maybe it's a metaphor, I don't know, or as a strategy of returning the gaze. And I really wanted to ask you, so what kind of, maybe mostly aesthetic, artistic strategies do you see for a reclaiming of subjectivity under the conditions of this ubiquitous objectification through media, through this gaze of continuous surveillance?
Thank you, Susanna. To be honest, I wrote this last part of my text as the, as a more of a, like a performative gesture. It's a way, it's a kind of a visual thinking. I don't know if it works like that. It's how I would like it to be, I was thinking, as I said, this text was triggered by Victoria Roshanades, and for me, I mean, it was something incredible, which happened, because I think the very moment when they used her as a source for this propaganda video was already very symbolic and metaphoric, because she was a journalist, and a journalist is already an observer, is something who possesses this gaze and then can translate it. And they transformed her from the observer to the image, to the spectacle. But then, paradoxically and very tragically, when he came, and the speech that they wrote to her was about like how humane and wonderful Russian occupiers are, and how they saved her life, and how they treated her very well. And then she comes back to these occupied territories. She got imprisoned, and then she returned as a dead and tortured body. And in a way, her body serves the kind of collapse of all this narrative that that she was used for. So not a living entity, but a dead body still somehow functions as something very powerful, which disrupts this simulation machine. So I just wanted to kind of honor this, and then I think that the thing is that what I wanted to say, that this coercion machine, or coercion media complex, as I call it, it's all about like simulating. It's all about working on your surface. But your gaze is something that you possess, and it's only yours. No one can do anything to it. Just important, probably, to know that.
Thank you. I'm sorry we cannot continue with that, but maybe we can kind of build a bridge, nevertheless, to Mikola, to your project, because kind of this project, this Back in the Eye, is also a project about returning the gaze, maybe, and blindness and insight, and the blinded gaze. And so it's a very really multi-layered project, and maybe just one question about it that comes back to your maybe to this entire attempt to target violence or to expose violence without imposing it in your own work of art, of reflecting upon violence without continuing it, without reproducing it. And I wanted to ask, what really is this speck that is in, what's the speck, so to speak? What is the speck that is in these pictures and in these eyes? So what you are showing are enlarged body samples of injured eyes, and you insert a picture into this eye images. So it's kind of this image that is being implanted into the biological sample is kind of the speck, you know, so it kind of is the injury that distorts vision, but nevertheless also shows what is going on. So it's not only a distorted vision, but it is kind of almost the clear picture of what happened here, which is very paradoxical to me, that the spec that is being implemented that disrupts vision gives us kind of the insight. So the spec that usually blinds vision gives us the insight into what happened. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the really paradoxical structure of how you combine blindness and insight in this work of art?
Yeah, I mean, the question for me was how to operate with this microscopic images of the distorted eye, because as I said, when you don't have this knowledge, what is that exactly? It might look like just a nice, a very nice image you would love to put on the wall or something. Yeah, so in this sense, like the small patches was the instrument how to shift everything back to the dimension of reality. Also, in the exhibition version of this work, there was actually an audio part, which was basically telling you all this information I read tonight, with the staged voice narrators, pretending to be and use a radio broadcast, because I was also interested in this aspect of activist creativity during the protests, and it was not only visual with this variety of posters, eye patches, etc., but it was also a song creation. So some of these cases had also own protest song related to such things as loss of vision and demand of justice.
Okay, so kind of a restitution of vision through the impaired image. Yeah, I'm sorry. So we also need to leave it with that, and maybe one question also to you. To thank you also for your presentation. I would like to come back to this maybe very initial claim that you made, that to think about anti-Semitism allows us to think about what an image is, and vice versa. To think about images allows us to understand what anti-Semitism is. And yeah, so do you think that this logic, this visual dynamics that you unfolded with the staging of the image that is becoming an actor, or that is being enacted almost as if in a theater, that this is specific for the anti-Semitic image, or that it, or maybe it can also be this is dynamic that holds also true, like what Lesa now presented for the colonial image or for the racist image, and more in general. So maybe just I'll leave it with that.
No, I do think there are commonalities, and I think in that respect there are quite some communications between the talks. I do think there are certain specifics to the anti-Semitic image and anti-Semitism in that respect, that the gaze from above and the imagination of a kind of superpower hiding behind the mask of imperialism, for example, or even, yeah, you know, like that creates an uncanny power which lurks from above. And it's not the slave you look down to and you're anxious or you fear the uprising of the slave, but it's this metaphysical power above, and that differs, I think, to quite an extent in the structure to racism. Yeah, and I was just thinking in that respect, he communicated with Mikola's talk in that respect, that I feel anti-Semitism is a lot about being blinded by images. So that the images prevent yourself from reality to see. And that this disregarding of reality is then shaping reality, because the images are used to structure reality. And yeah, maybe in that respect.
So there are, which is really a case of then of performative visuality also in that case. I'm so sorry. It's we really have to stop here. I'm sorry we're running late, and Taz Cantina has to close now. Thank you all for staying so long, for overstaying even our limited time. And thank you most of all to our panelists.